you know. I don't know. I don't know why y'all scared to have kids. I don't know why y'all scared to have kids. I hope it's not because of what's going on in the world, like world war, this and social, tensions and the economy, and I hope none of those reasons are why you scared to have children. Mm, I've been hearing like, yeah, I have a bunch. I have. I wouldn't even say a bunch of children because to me, I'm kind of behind. I'd like to have some more children. You know what I'm saying? But you know, probably won't. Just but yeah, I've been hearing since my first child only the reasons why I should not have children. You know what I'm saying? Like whether it was my age, my my finances, um, and then as I came of age, I was hearing, well, you already have, a couple of children, or the world's gonna end year 1999, then it was the year 2000, then the world was definitely going to end in the year 2012 because they figured out the Mayan calendar. Like, yeah, I don't I guess the way my belief system is set up as a young man, and then as I grew into somewhat of an older ignorant man, right, or ignorant young man at the time, right? When I say young man, I'm giving myself young man status at when I first became a father, 13 years old, 14 years old. Um, and then as I grew, I got a little older, but I still was very ignorant to a lot of stuff in the world. By the time I get to my 20s, you know, um, I didn't think I had a belief system. I didn't think I had an organized, structured system of belief because I spent a lot of time in my early years, my formative years, reading the Bible. And not exactly the Bible, but when I say early formative years, I'm talking about 5 years old, 6 years old, like from age probably 5 to about 8. I read the Bible a lot. And I didn't read the actual Bible until maybe 7 or 8 years old. But when I started, I was reading like this children's Bible that I had got, and it had pictures in it. I was reading good I could read the newspaper by the time I was like 4 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old. I was already reading. Um, so, you know, yeah, maybe it's my belief system that gave me strength, or maybe even it was ignorance that carried me through. But yeah, I never understood life. And then I guess my dad was there, and I had a lot of people teaching, coaching, guiding from early on. My dad happened to be a street guy. He was involved in, a lot of nefarious. So the point of me saying that here is that when I was really young, before my mom got hooked on drugs and before like stuff started to go crazy in my family life, there was a lot of money and material stuff around. So that kind of took that out of my purview for what the world was about. And so I was raised to really believe, and I still believe this, you know what I'm saying? But I was raised to believe that a man is successful based on, how many children he has and, family, like not money. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, most people, in fact, this topic is going to come back up later on when we get deeper into the fibroids conversation, right? But most people put money before life. They put money before time. But we're going to take that. We've had that discussion quite a bit with the generational health and blah, 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 right? People putting money over time. But in this conversation, we're going to talk about money being put over life. You know what I'm saying? So there's there's a way people see the world, and how we see the world, largely, I'm not going to say it's the entire template from which our thoughts arise, but it's a large part of it. It's a large part of it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's crazy to be scared to have children. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, y'all should. By the time you get 36, you already supposed to have you a few babies running around. And if not, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, dust that thing off. Respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Get busy. Try. Right? So I know sometimes, there's the other thing that they say, as women approach menopause, it begins to get dangerous for them. But she's not she's not 40. She's not in her 40s. So women are having babies in their 30s now. Women are having babies in their 30s now. Now, I will say this, in all honesty, most women that are having babies in their 30s, these are not their first babies. Right. And usually if they're having their first baby in their 30s, it's usually like 30, 31, 32, like early 30s. When they get to the mid/later stages in their 30s, usually these are women that have already had a baby or two, at least. Right. So their bodies are different. They have a certain level of confidence because they've already had children, so I would honestly, if you want to have a baby, I would have no fear. I would get busy, and when I say get busy on having your baby, like right now, I don't mean, sex. I would immediately start, changing the way I take care of myself, with her at the same time, changing the way she takes care of herself. I would get me a doula. And then I would probably, not probably, but I would look for a nice doctor. You want a doctor that is, you want a doctor that's reputable, but you want a doctor that's forward thinking, right? That you can bring, some alternative ideas to, maybe even introduce your doula to, like get you a team together. You know what I'm saying? Get you a team together, and spend, because she's 36 already, we probably don't have 12 months to 18 months to condition the body and all that kind of stuff. But, 120 days, you know what I'm saying? I will put 120 days into just focusing on health and getting her as healthy as possible, getting yourself as healthy as possible. And then, after that 120 days, just keep your doctor and your doula right there, like close on hand, and start shooting. Yeah, start shooting, man. get going. You know what I'm saying? Like, just the way I was raised, I don't, I don't see a purpose to you even being alive. Like that's just the way I was raised. Like you gotta have one baby. What happens when you're gone? Everything that you work for, you know, it it can vanish. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of us. This is a good first comment, by the way. I appreciate your candor. I appreciate you being willing to, put that in the chat room. Um, but yeah, I would say that a lot of us. So here's the thing, and I guess this ties into the election, right? But we really have to understand what Margaret Sanger was about. A lot of us, especially on these YouTube channels and stuff, and we looking at Diddy and all kind of like conspiracy theories, and there were certain things that are historical record that get lumped into the conspiracy theory box, but these things are historical record. This is not conspiracy theory, right? What Margaret Sanger was up to in terms of eugenics and what they did. And make no mistake, Planned Parenthood is the legacy of Margaret Sanger, right? Which is the reason why Planned Parenthoods are all over the hood, but you don't have them in suburban neighborhoods, period. If a suburban girl, or they might be like 1,000 to 1 in terms of the ratio. Like, so if a girl in the suburbs has an issue, she's got to secretly travel to another city to find like a Planned Parenthood situation where she can, and so I think we need to understand that whole history of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, Hitler, the Nazis. We don't really talk about them as much maybe as we should. We do talk about Madame Blavatsky because Madame Blavatsky and the chakras and all of that foolishness. And then in that space, we kind of go into the organization of the Black Sun, and we touch on some Nazi stuff, but it's really superficial. I don't think that overall, when I say we, in this context, I don't mean me and you guys. I just mean me, you guys, and the entirety of the YouTube space. We don't really put enough attention probably on, or at least the Black YouTube space, enough attention on what that was about. So, yeah, we don't put enough attention on what that was about. You know what I'm saying? It's the freedom to have sex without responsibility, without accountability, which doesn't exist in nature, which is part of the reason that women are getting fibroids, right? These are just hardcore facts, and we'll get to them, when we start getting into the meat and potatoes, or the kale and yams of the conversation. But we got to think about this when we talk about the history of the planet, right? You always have to keep in mind, I think, when people are making decisions about having children or not. Now, this is not for people that have children already or a child already, and they're thinking about having more children. This next comment, just mostly for the people who are deciding whether to have children at all, right? You have to think that you literally are alive because of so many generations of people that made a person, 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 that made a person. Like literally, you're here because a gazillion people made a person, right? So when you decide not to make a person, you're literally breaking a chain from your ancestors for like millions of years. You know, there's millions of years worth of development that went on. Somebody made somebody, made somebody, made somebody, made somebody, made somebody, made somebody, made somebody. So, you know, with my children, and I'm gonna move on after this, but with my children, I always told them, like, you know, no pressure. Cause I had already went wide. You know what I'm saying? Like I had already went wide. They teach you this in like multi-level marketing. Go wide. So that way you can find whoever's active in your company, and then you build with them. You know what I'm saying? So like I went wide already. I got me a bunch of associates. Now I can work on making some supervisors and managers out of those associates. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just don't see a world where I would have never like not had one child. You know what I'm saying? Like I think it's worth everything to have a child. Yeah, I think it's worth everything to have a child. All right, but that's that. Again, I appreciate you for putting that up there in the content. That's a certified fact. In fact, I was a father even before I was a father. So being a father came as second nature for me. You know what I'm saying? Because we was abandoned as kids. So I was already like a father for my little sister at a certain point, you know. So yeah. So I was used to having somebody that could not fend for themselves that I had to fend for. You know what I'm saying? So I was already in the protection, you know, feed, protect. Feed, protect. I didn't really know much outside of that. You know what I'm saying? So that, you know, that I knew those two ideas associated with being a father, but I didn't really know much else. You know what I'm saying? Because well, yeah, yeah. But I'll leave that at that. Yeah, but I didn't know much else. I knew feed and protect, you know what I'm saying? So I could figure that much out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I was definitely a father longer than I was an adult. Shout out all the way from Hotepistan and back. Shout out to Hotep Jesus. Shout out to the whole Hotepistan. Why you say John trolling? Oh, you don't know about Hotepistan? Oh, you know what, Mike? John's not trolling. So Hotepistan is an actual thing. That's a whole thing. So we gotta clue you in, Mike. We might have to get you. Yeah, we're gonna have to clue you into Hotepistan. That's actually a land. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole country, like that's a whole universe that we've, um all been blessed to be a part of, that was pioneered, created by Hotep Jesus. You know, the adventures of Hotep Jesus. You got to go back and watch the video I did with Hotep Jesus, not to be confused with Crip Jesus. Because I've had people ask me, like, hold on, you got Crip Jesus and Hotep Jesus. Are those two different people? Those are two very different people. But yeah. No, Hotepistan is a real thing. So he's all good. But I do appreciate your vigilance. Yeah. Nah, that's super scary. That's super scary, bro. I can't hold you. That is super scary. And it's super scary for the children. You know what I'm saying? It's super scary for the children. You know, yeah, in hindsight, I would have done everything the same way. I wouldn't change a thing, but it was scary. And it lasted a long time and it was very expensive. Oh. Yeah, I get it. You know, I get some people have that perspective. But the thing is, it's about, I guess, how you view the world as a whole, as opposed to viewing the world right now. Because remember, like I was saying, we are all here from a long line of people having babies who had babies who had babies who had babies. And if you look at the world changes over time. You know, there's times that are rougher, you know, there's times that are sweeter. There's times where money is floating around. There's times of depression. There's times of war. There's times of peace. So the thing is, if you decide in this iteration of the world not to have a baby, your genetic material will not be present in the future iterations of the world. Right. So I get it if you just lost all faith and hope for humanity, like, you know what I'm saying? Like in perpetuity, you know what I'm saying? That's a, you know, that's a decision that you're not only making for yourself, but you're making that decision for all of your ancestors whose genetic material you carry. And they like, yo, we need to get to the next, you know, we need to get to the next round. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like you think of like a video game. Video games have different levels, and you know this level might be real crazy, but the next level could be, you know, sweet. You know what I'm saying? You could be one or two generations away from, you know, breakthrough. You know what I'm saying? Like we look at a lot of the superpowers on this planet now as if they always been like that, but most of the people that are superpowers now, they've been that way for maybe 10 or 15 generations, but before that, you know, it was, you know, it was ugly out here. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. There's just a lot of different levels to it. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be in the game to win the game. You got to be in the game to win the game. Man, you know what? I can't take the credit. I cannot take the credit, bro. To be honest, I wish I could take that credit because, you know, it's a learning process. You know what I'm saying? As a mother and a father. Now, in this case, I could speak for mothers, right? You know, it's you really can't, mothers can't really speak for fathers, fathers can't speak for mothers, but in some instances, you can speak unilaterally because it's more about being a parent, right? So I can say this about being a parent. Being a parent is definitely something you need to learn. So, you know, if my dad and my mom, like if I would have had like a leave it to beaver kind of experience, you know, grow up with two parents in the house, both of them got a few dollars. So we ain't, you know, we ain't starving and, you know, growing up with, you know, big blocks of welfare cheese or tap water, you know what I'm saying? And one parent house. I had the, you know, the experience of living in both one parent situations. So there's times that I lived with my mom's, and then there's times that I lived with my dad. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you learn how to parent. And so, you know, if you could see it growing up, it's good, you know, but outside of that, a lot of us coming from broken situations, which means that we're gonna have to do on the job training. We gotta we gotta get on the job training. You know what I'm saying? So some things as a parent, you're gonna definitely, you know, first time, you're gonna overreact to a lot of stuff. You know, you're gonna be scared of a lot of things that you don't need to be scared about. Um, and then there'll be a lot of things that you're gonna under react to. And you know, I my belief system, you know what I'm saying? I feel like you have to have God in the equation, right? Because you know, there's just certain things that you cannot account for. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you need that. You need the ancestral army and you need God, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? Like I be calling on ancestors, God, all kind. You need, you know. You need an army, your spiritual army intact. You know what I'm saying? But you learn as you go. You learn as you go. You know what I'm saying? So you're never going to be as good a parent to the first one as to the second one, or to the fifth one, or to the 100th, as you go along. Typically, if you're a parent that likes children, let me add that caveat. If you're a parent that enjoys being a parent, you'll get better as you go along, right? If you're a parent that, you're not really into children, but you're kind of having children because of the relationship, you're having children because of the partner, you're having children because of situationships, you will probably get better at avoiding your children the longer you're a parent. So it really depends on what you're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? But if you're into children, you know what I'm saying? Then you'll get better as a parent over time. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll figure stuff out. You'll get better at managing, scheduling and time with each child, and realizing some children you gotta rub them on the back, some of them you gotta cuss out, some of each child is different. Some of them need that hardcore, Eric Thomas, the hip-hop preacher. You ever watch him? You know what I'm saying? He almost sounds like a drill sergeant pastor. You know what I'm saying? But then you got maybe a Les Brown. Les Brown is more like, jokes and analogies, and he tries to win you over with his wit and charm to motivate you. So, you have to mix it up, you know what I'm saying? But I'm giving away a cheat code right there. I listen to a lot of motivational speakers and I'll be telling that to the children. I'll be using that to get them to exercise or eat certain stuff, or, with their grades or whatever the case may be, so, but yeah, it's a learning process. Oh, well, this book is for you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad. Look at that. You see how, now look at that. God sent us to Camille to get us back on track, because we damn near 30 minutes into the video and I didn't even start talking about the video. This was all anecdotal, on the spot kind of combo from the chat. Again, let me thank this person. I am excellent, right? I really appreciate you. Even though you're anonymous, no picture, no name, right? So it's not as fully brave as maybe Camille coming on with her real name and her picture, you know what I'm saying? Boom. So that's, we always have to applaud people for, sharing with us at that level, right? But it makes good conversation. It makes the teaching experience better. But no, listen, like I said, so getting to the information, getting to the fibroids, right? November. So almost, let me say this, out of the 12 months of the year, every month, America tries to highlight some type of cancer focus, right? But obviously there are more than, 11 or even 12 types of cancer, right? But here's two reasons, though. I probably should write these down. There are two reasons that though, that I thought it was very apropos. Well, actually, I should say more than that. One reason, let me say this, two main reasons. But one reason is because we had some folks ask about it, right? We had a couple sisters ask me about fibroids that are Patreon members, right? And I'm in slavery to my Patreon members. You ask, I get to work. You say jump, I say how high, right? So I had a couple folks from the Patreon ask me about fibroids. So that was pretty much the end of that. Okay, we got to go deeper. But the other two things is that I realized in my arrogance, like I said, that I wasn't serving the people well, or as well as I could by, sharing the info, even though you're going to realize that when we talk about fibroid and cystic tissue in the food chemistry book, we kind of cover a good deal of the info, but we don't get into that much detail. And so I realized that there needs to be a lot more detail. Plus, from that time, so that information, the food chemistry book, it's like 20 years old, right? But here's the thing. I never needed to update the information because we've been shrinking fibroids and disappearing fibroids for decades with that information. We didn't need no more information, you know what I'm saying? But as you learn better, you can do better and you can be more efficient and make the process easier. And hopefully even the people that were not able to be successful, now that we know more, we can even increase the success rate, right? So there was that, you know what I'm saying? But then the big thing was that when I started this mission, right? When I started this mission, nobody else out there existed. So I know that's like, especially people trying to get health information. Hold on, let me fix this back a little bit lower. People trying to get health information, right? There's so many people now, right? There's a KT, there's a Chef Enqi, there's a lot of chefs such and suches, male and female out there, because there was a space, a window where everything we did kind of equated to food. So people thought in order to be a holistic healer or teacher, you had to also cook. And that was primarily like a polite kind of Scammy Davis Jr. kind of thing, because he wanted to convince people that he was into the holistic health, but he wasn't. He just knew how to make the food. He learned the recipes from Sebi. So learning how to make food is not the same as being a holistic health. Let me just say that, right? So none of these people existed. The Yakis, the Akis, like all of these people were taught directly by me or indirectly by somebody that I taught, right? So I'm saying that to say back then, it was a huge weight to carry to try to, help everybody, right? So when me and Ali go on tour to Atlanta and we meet 21 Savage Dad and his partner, right? And they kind of kicked off everything in Atlanta, right? They was rocking and rolling long before KT was. So don't get confused. You know what I'm saying? But before Chef Enqi, right? It was these two brothers. It was 21 Savage Dad and his partner. And so they contacted me after we had done our like weekend seminar down there. And they were like, yo, we want you to help us launch a whole campaign. And we just want to specialize in women's vaginas. He was being funny. He was being facetious, but he was serious about, he was like, yo, I think this is a serious enough issue that we could just specialize in this. And, we want you to kind of like, because I was whining and complaining, as I always do. I'm always complaining about something. You know what I'm saying? So at the time I was complaining about having, being a one of one. They're like, well, what about Dr. Sebi? Sebi cost $1 zillion and you had to fly to Honduras. Like Sebi was never around or accessible. You know what I'm saying? If Sebi hits the States, he'll do like 2 or 3 lectures. He might hit Texas, hit Cali, hit New York, and then he's back out of the country. There's never been a Sabi, right? Sabi's always been a ghost in the machine. He'll come to a city, he'll do a lecture there, and then he'll get involved with a woman there, and then he'll set her up to sell the herbs. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, there's never been no Sabi. If you want to actually get with Sabi, you got to save up that bread and go to Honduras. So as far as the States was concerned, and even the people before they could afford to go to Honduras, and then after they came back from Honduras, there's Dr. Enqi, right? So anyway, when the brothers was like, we want to take this over, I was like, yeah, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? And they put out some information. They had a book, and they was like, we need the mom atomics though, for the program, and woo, woo, woo. Eventually they went and kind of reverse engineered and made something similar. So they, they kind of cut Dr. Enqi out of their program. But it's still all good. Those are still my guys. But yeah, so, once they got rocking and rolling, they were so good that I didn't need to, really put that out there. Now, of course, people still come to me all the time. So there's been people everywhere, women specifically, well, sometimes men, they'll come to me for their woman, just like one of the brothers in the chat, I'm saying, like, yo, my lady's 36 and blah, blah, blah. But most of the time his sisters come, they're like, yo, listen, we've been trying to have it. But, guys, tough guys, they don't really want to say that they programming, they're not firing, like, we take that personal. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of babies out there that would not exist if it wasn't for Dr. Enqi. These are women that was told by the hospital they couldn't have babies. At the time, IVF was a thing that was like, now a lot more people are trying IVF. I'm not a fan of IVF, right? So before you even ask, don't even ask. I'm not a fan of IVF. But I will say that the IVF process, if that's something you're interested in or believe in, because that goes against my whole belief system. But it's better than it was. You know what I'm saying? It's better than it was. But no, we've turned a lot of infertile women back into fertile women. Now, that's not to say that we can do that with everybody. You know what I'm saying? But we have been able to do that. Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of children running around because of me, or because of somebody I taught, or because somebody that I taught someone else that taught someone else that taught someone else, right? And so that's the part where I felt like my arrogance may have limited my impact in the world, because I'm like, and matter of fact, let me show you this clip, right? I'm going to show you this clip. And this is one of these people, right? So this is somebody that I don't know, right? I don't know this lady. She don't know me. And she has touched hundreds of ladies. She's been a miracle worker out there, right? And she don't know me from a hole in the wall. I mean, probably from online. I'm sure they've been like, this is Dr. Enqi. Watch out for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you online talking that holistic stuff, he's going to pop out somewhere at some point. And yeah, he's going to let everybody know that, somewhere along the line, you doing what you doing because he was doing what he was doing. And that's a fact. Oh shit! Hey, listen, you could take the kid out of the city, but you can't take the city out of the kid, damn it. So, yeah. But check this out, because this is definitely one of those people. I know y'all was not expecting this to be a news clip, right? I I told y'all I'm the GOAT. I don't know what's up with you niggas. This a news clip. This ain't no other YouTube page. This a news clip. Anyway.
In health news this morning, for women who suffer with fibroids, me being one of them, treatment options can be uncomfortable and painful. Women of color disproportionately deal with the debilitating condition, which can cause infertility. One woman says she healed herself by changing her lifestyle and her diet. How'd she do it? Well, now she's helping others. Samantha Bryant has her story.
I was diagnosed with my fibroids when I was 42. My symptoms, at the time, I thought it was heavy bleeding, but I was hemorrhaging.
Tammy McEwen is one of many women who says she's battled with the horrors of fibroids.
I was bleeding so heavily that they thought that I was that I had some type of internal bleeding.
And like many women, she thought a hysterectomy was the only solution until she heard of a natural alternative.
They just said to me very clearly, Jessie, it is estrogen dominance is the root cause. And they started to show me the research.
Coach Jessie battled with the epidemic for 14 years with numerous surgeries and infertility before finally having her miracle child. Her story on how
Bleeding so heavily that they thought that I was that I had some type of internal bleeding.
And like many women, she thought a hysterectomy was the only solution until she heard of a natural alternative.
They just said to me very clearly, Jessie, it is estrogen dominance is the root cause. And they started to show me the research.
Coach Jessie battled with the epidemic for 14 years with numerous surgeries and infertility before finally having her miracle child. Her story on how quickly went viral as she learned she was not alone.
We're 2 to 3 times more likely to have more fibroids, to have more symptomatic fibroids, to have larger fibroids. And then when it comes to hysterectomies, we are 4 to 5 times more likely than white women.
Since she's co-founded the Detox Now, a holistic 90-day program she says reduces and has eliminated fibroids for thousands of women. The program is said to take a natural approach using herbal supplements, coaching, and lifestyle dietary changes to a plant-based diet.
When I think about
thousands of women. Ooh, nigga. Sometimes it brings me to tears, you know what I'm saying? So if y'all see me, get a little too crazy, this because whether people give me my flowers or not, it's me and it's him. You know what I'm saying? It's me and him. You know what I'm saying? And just I don't know. It's tough, you know what I'm saying, for people to really understand. But I'm just a guy from the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Just a guy from the neighborhood. And so me being able to share some stuff with some folks, and I can reach a certain amount of people on my own. But being able to share some stuff with some folks, see, that's what happens. Once you start sharing stuff, then they start reaching people on their own, but they're going to reach somebody who's going to catch fire. See, that's the thing. It's cool to share something with somebody that helps that person. But when I stopped being out in the field so much, it's because I wanted to find the people that catch fire. Right? Like 21 Savage Dad and his partner, they caught fire. They was like, listen, we want to specialize in this. We want to share this with the whole world. Whew. Right? Then they caught this lady, Jessie, and Jessie just happens to be best friends with Angela Yee. So then they caught fire. Boom. So what I'm saying now is, I know way more now than I knew then. Right? And I put it all in one book. Right. So that this can happen more. Right. I'm just showing you guys the proof of the information that I got. And what I gave them was not what I got in the book. What I gave them, well, the story's kind of in the book, but so you'll see what I had at that time. This is going back 15, 20 years ago, but in 2 decades, the amount of research, is like, it's way sharper now. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot more. and it's easier for people to understand and follow without, not, making it so sciencey and crazy. And this is what I live for. You know what I'm saying? So now the book is out. The book is out right now, the Fibroids book, you know what I'm saying? But yeah. So anyway, let's just go back to this. But yeah, this lady right here don't know me from a hole in the wall, but just know when she's telling you about the people who taught her, that's the people I taught. So that's how this thing goes. And now you don't have to get it from a middleman. You can get the book and you could be that person.
In health news this morning, for women who suffer with fibroids, me being one of them, treatment options can be uncomfortable and painful. Women of color disproportionately deal with the debilitating condition, which can cause infertility. One woman says she healed herself by changing her lifestyle and her diet. How'd she do it? Well, now she's helping others. Samantha Bryant has her story.
I was diagnosed with my fibroids when I was 42. My symptoms, at the time I thought it was heavy bleeding, but I was hemorrhaging.
Tammy McEwen is one of many women who says she's battled with the horrors of fibroids.
I was bleeding so heavily that they thought that I was that I had some type of internal bleeding.
And like many women, she thought a hysterectomy was the only solution until she heard of a natural alternative.
They just said to me very clearly, Jessie, it is estrogen dominance is the root cause. And they started to show me the research.
Coach Jessie battled with the epidemic for 14 years with numerous surgeries and infertility before finally having her miracle child. Her story on how quickly went viral as she learned she was not alone.
We're 2 to 3 times more likely to have more fibroids, to have more symptomatic fibroids, to have larger fibroids. And then when it comes to hysterectomies, we are 4 to 5 times more likely than white women.
Since she's co-founded the Detox Now, a holistic 90-day program she says reduces and has eliminated fibroids for thousands of women. The program is said to take a natural approach using herbal supplements, coaching, and lifestyle dietary changes to a plant-based diet.
When I think about the many dark nights I spent in the hospital, the many surgeries I've had, the horrid journey, I see the hope of people taking control of their health.
The fibroids had not grown. They had not doubled in size.
She says not only has her fibroids reduced in size since the program, but it's also had some positive mental health effects. For more information, head over to local10.com and we'll have a link there for you. Reporting in the video port, I'm Samantha Bryant, Local 10 News.
Carl Marlinga challenged the law designed to harshly punish pedophiles.
Okay, what did y'all sneaking onto my damn video? What are they sneaking onto my video? All right, what are they trying to sneak onto my video? So let's get ready. Let's get ready to rumble. In this corner, we got the funk body snatcher. B Funkadelic, can I catch her?
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Enqi, Angela Yee, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. We got some special guests in the building. We have the good old doctors. Doctor, I'm gonna mess up your names. Amsu and Amun.
They put you on a detox and they've been up here 20 minutes. You don't mess up their names?
I messed up my mama's name. We have Jessie here. Welcome, Jessie.
Hey, Coach Jessie. Thank you.
Who do you have with you?
Yes, really excited. We have with us one of the Hope Sisters from our Hope Beyond Fibroids Elimination Program. Actually, this little guy right here, Carl Jr., is a miracle baby from our Hope Beyond Fibroids Elimination Program. And Rochelle Baines, his mom.
This is important because we talked about fibroids briefly up here, and a lot of people hit us up. A lot of women hit me up asking me about fibroid elimination. So we thought it would be important to talk about fibroids and how they affect a woman's body. A lot of Black women actually get diagnosed with fibroids at a much higher rate than any other race. So let's talk about that.
And that's what's important.
Deceptive.
We don't want, you don't like it. I like you. But the thing is, it's about against those cells. It's about getting electricity to those cells, getting electricity and oxygen to the mitochondria, because that's life. That's energy. That's electricity. That's why we call everything electric. Everything is electric. So, you know, there's a lot of myths out there about alkalinity and acidity, where everyone wants to eat alkaline, but that is not the case. There's so many myths, and we have an underground railroad situation. There's a lot of us, like you see myself and Dr. Amun. There's a lot of other researchers that we have, like Dr. Enqi.
There were people that could not have children. The hospitals did not give them an option. They came to me, they came to my students, and now they have families, natural families. I don't think y'all understand this. You have to have this information. Go to Amazon now before it's too late. All right, so the name of the book, Fibroids. Go get the Fibroids book and the Let There Be Music book. Hopefully you already have the kitchen chemistry book, because that has a lot more detail on the food and all that kind of stuff in there. But the Fibroids book and the Let There Be Music book, right? The Let There Be Music book is more on fertility, right? That's more generalized to fertility and the actual conception process. Remember, all last week we was watching the sperm fertilize the egg. That book is on fertilization, right? And the key things you need to know about having a fertile, having fertile sperm, having a viral sperm, and having fertile soil or fertile egg, right? Now, when you have twins, just so you know, that's kind of how I start having twins, is I use this information. So don't think for 1 second that I was not actually using so when I wasn't using the information to help others, that's why I have, 10, that's I was in the lab. I was in the laboratory experimenting on these things. So that's how I started getting to making twins, right? So there's 2 different ways you make twins, just so you understand. You can make twins by acid or by nutrition, right? So when you have identical twins are made from a poor environment inside the womb, right? So I know some people are identical twins. Some people want to have identical twins. They're like, hold up, what you talking about, Willis? These are just facts. When you have a sperm fertilize an egg, and then that egg breaks apart, you have identical twins. When you have the other way, right? When you have fraternal twins, you have to have strong sperm, really strong sperm, and the woman has to have really fertile eggs, because a woman has 2 eggs, right? She has 2 eggs. So technically, there's nothing stopping you releasing millions of sperm. There's nothing stopping you from fertilizing both those eggs. And when you fertilize both of those eggs at the same time, that's when you're going to have fraternal twins, right? So you're having conception happen twice at the same damn time, on the left, on the right, at the same damn time, right? So you got to have really strong semen, and she has to have really fertile eggs. And then, you can fertilize, but some people having trouble getting 1 sperm to fertilize 1 egg. So, I don't try to, I don't like to be, over. I try as much as possible to control myself from being over the top. You know what I'm saying? experiment with this stuff is. And I started experimenting because everybody was violating me. You know what I'm saying? Even people were biblically violating me. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was just having girls. And so, you know, people was like, well, you know, maybe it's just meant you probably can't make no boys. And then, you know, people in your family, they take the disrespect higher. Oh yeah, them testicles there. You ain't got no boys swimming in there. You know, so you get. So I needed to figure out some things to try to get me over to the boy side. I was like, oh no, we can't. You know, I'm not gonna stop trying to have me some boys, right? But B, I'm gonna figure this out. See, y'all playing with it. Y'all know who y'all dealing with. Everything you need to know is in the book somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna find it. You know, and so that's kind of how it went for me. You know what I'm saying? I had girls, and then I flipped the switch. I figured some stuff out. Bam. Then I had James. Then I had Chase, back to back, boys, boom, boom. I was like, oh, and I'm saying this to myself because even before I start having boys, I noticed my babies got darker. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, ooh, okay, something is happening in there. You know what I'm saying? Something is happening in there. You know what I'm saying? And now I know what that was, right? I know what that was because we looked at the light at conception. The brighter that light. So what you may have forgot, I know I mentioned it, but if you don't have a book and you didn't go in or you didn't study or take notes or whatever, you may have forgot. But that light initiates not only the life form inside the egg, that's not only the moment of conception, but that light initiates melanogenesis. And melanogenesis is also, you know, a signal of life, right? Because a lot of information has to be translated. A lot of energy and information has to be translated. That's why that cuts across all, you know, and that's one of the early things that made me start to think like beyond race. You know what I'm saying? Because you can find the whitest white person. When they get pregnant, they got a long black line. So I was like, yeah, there's a level to us being different, but the stuff underneath, you know, that makes us the same is a lot more important. And so that started to change the way I viewed the world as well too. But yeah, after that, I started making boys, and then I just thought that was the bag I was in, you know what I'm saying? Because it was James, then it was Chase, and I'm conscious of what I'm doing at the time. So when I get Crystal pregnant again, we go to the hospital and they tell us, you know, it's a boy. So it's James, it's Chase, and then we have another boy, you know what I'm saying, coming on the way. And that was that. You know, we did ultrasound and all that. They looked in there, they saw the wee and whoop, whoop, you got a boy. So, you know, we argued and fussed about the name. You know what I'm saying? She came up with some crazy stuff that I rejected, but it was her turn to name the baby. And so she came up with Caleb, you know what I'm saying? Something that I ain't gonna get into how she came up with it. But it was cool for me because she didn't know, unbeknownst to what she was trying to do. I like the name. You know what I'm saying? I like the name. Plus it went along with Osiris, right? Because Caleb is the biblical word, you know, Caleb is a hero, you know, in the Bible, but the word itself means dog. You know what I'm saying? And I know where that came from, you know, Anubis. You know what I'm saying? So that's how his name, you know, Caleb Osiris. Anyway, it wasn't until later we didn't know that Chloe was in there. Yeah, we didn't know Chloe was even in there. So I didn't know I had twins the first time until we literally was having the twins. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when we knew we were having twins, was delivery. Yeah. there was another one in there. You know what I'm saying? So Caleb and Chloe, and then after that, it was on. You know what I'm saying? Then, you know, I had another set right behind that, but that was 2 girls, Kylie and Aubrey. But yeah, I was definitely, you know, sharing my personal journey with the world. So I wasn't doing this research at the time, you know, thinking about other people. You know what I'm saying? That's how God, so that's another thing that you got to understand. God is going to use whatever your thing is to motivate you. So you'll be driven by your personal desires, but just know that it might be a part of a bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? Because this is just one line. So when we look at GESSE and AMSU and Amun and all that they've been able to do, this is just one line of people that I, you know, share the info with, and they out there sharing with thousands of people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's people like them in little pockets all over the place, even not in America, like in other countries and all that. You know what I'm saying? Getting busy, you know, hundreds, thousands, they getting busy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we the opposition, you know, we God's team. We God's team. You know, the devil got his team out here. They working on killing all folks and stopping folks from reproducing. And we out here on the other side. We trying to keep folks alive and help them to reproduce. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm with these people. Right? That's why I'm with these people. These are the pro-reproducing people. The other people are the pro-depopulation people. Right? So as you think about those concepts, just remember those play out in your politics, you know. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So if you would just remember, you with global depopulation, you with Bill Gates, and you no longer get to, if you vote Democrat, you no longer get to critique Bill Gates or Melinda Gates and talk all that conspiracy shit. Oh, Bill Gates want to depopulate the world. Okay, but did you vote Republican or Democrat? Okay, well then you vote with them. If you with them, you with them. Just be proud of your decision. Hey, I've been with the Lakers the last few years, and we've been looking terrible. That has not stopped me from representing the Lakers. Oh shit, yo, hey, listen. When we signed Westbrook, I let everybody know I voiced my opinion. I didn't know what the hell Rob Pelinka was doing, but we signed Westbrook, damn it. He wore dresses and he shot a lot of bricks, air balls, everything. But, you know, hey, he was with us. So while he was with us, now, thank God, things are set up nicely in the West Coast. Westbrook is with the Denver Nuggets. So that means the NBA has officially put the brakes on the Nuggets' reign of terror. That is it. They are not going anywhere this year. They have Westbrook. Talk that talk. Man. Oh, that's a new one. The Diddy Crats. All right. So let's get back to the science, right? So here's the thing. And here's what I kind of raced the board and all that for. Here's the thing that I want to, because over the month of November, I want us to talk about cancer, but I want to start with the fibroids for a reason, right? Because fibroids have a lesson in and of themselves. And this is the thing that's not being shared, right? This is the thing that's not being shared. Well, there's a lot of new science in terms of fighting fibroids directly and shrinking them and all that kind of stuff. That I'm gonna have to hit up the brothers down in Atlanta. After this video, I'm gonna call them and be like, yo, I just dropped some new. Y'all might want to get the software update. y'all gonna need the software update down there in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But no, here's the thing about fibroids. Here's the thing about fibroids that I want to bring to the front of everybody's attention. Now that we have made a global dent in fibroids, right? And I want to use this like a fraction, right? But we often don't discuss fibroids as cancer. Tumors, right? This is important for us to do. This is important for us to do because, okay, back in the early 2000s when I started this, right, I looked even more ridiculous than I do today. Today, I'm more refined, and the things that I say, no matter how crazy to the general public they might sound, they don't really sound so crazy to you guys because y'all been studying and studying, and a lot of y'all have bounced around in the holistic space, listening to a whole bunch of different people, and so you've learned, and you've been acculturated with a certain amount of understanding on what the human body is capable of, and how invincible this some of these illnesses that we at one time, like, so in the early 2000s, there's literally no information floating around on food, right? There's no information floating around on vitamin D, right? There's just, this information is just not out there. You know what I'm saying? You had, and that's one of the reasons why, I don't know if how long y'all been around, but I went on tour, and it's weird. I always have to preface it this way because it's like what people say and what people do often be so different that it's like, I can't see how people don't see through the BS sometimes. But at the time when everybody was talking this Black woman is God stuff, I never subscribed to that. But I was the only person to go on a tour nationwide with a Black woman and let her speak before me. Or rather, I opened up for her to speak, you know what I'm saying? And I did that on multiple occasions because not only did I do that with Abundance Child, but I had already been doing that with my daughter, you know what I'm saying? But I thought it was important for the sisters, to get out there and have a voice and speak, because they could reach people in a different way. It hits different. But yeah, they didn't really have any understanding of hysterectomies, partial or full hysterectomies. They did not understand their rights in the hospital, right? They didn't understand, and many people still don't understand how the hospital works. But I'll say this. If you go into the emergency room, you do not have all the same rights as you would if you scheduled an appointment and had an appointment with your doctor. Those are not the same, especially depending on, what you tell those people when you walk into the emergency room. Period. If you go in that emergency room and you tell them folks this, that, and the other, and, you just in pain, so you just signing a bunch of papers that you're not reading. You didn't bring anybody with you to read them papers. And you assuming that the girl sitting in the cubicle across from you, you assuming that she read those papers. And you asking her, like, what this mean? What I'm signing right here? And she's like, oh, don't worry about that. That's just liability. And don't worry about it. Sign that one right there. That's just for your payment. And, that's it. Just sign them two also. Because, That's just for the administrative purposes. You don't know what the hell. How you know she know what she talking about? Yo, how you know that? You don't know that you don't know what she know. Her job is to get you to sign all those damn papers and then file them away. That's what her job is. Her job ain't there to be your lawyer or to campaign or, like work on your behalf. She's not your advocate. She's a hospital worker, right? So she's going to do what's in the best interest for the hospital. And more importantly, she's going to do what's in the best interest of herself, which is get you to sign those papers. And she's going to data entry that medical billing. She's going to put that in the system and tell you to go on there over there and have a seat. So you don't know what you signed over there. So now when you go in, you don't know if you're dealing with a doctor. You don't know if you're dealing with somebody that's, they're not a doctor yet. That's a student, trying to work through their residency or whatever. You put emergency. So now they can give you whatever they give you for pain and, do whatever they see fit to kind of take care of the emergency type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? So you really got to be out there with the understanding that you need to protect you. Don't you sign nothing that you have not read. You don't know what you're giving away. You don't know what you're allowing. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. Right? So, but 20 years ago, there was very little information circulating on this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's important to kind of get out there and share the stuff with folks. And then there was less information on fibroids. Now, this is not Fibroid Month, but this is a month where there's like 7 or 8 different cancers that they squeeze into November. But fibroids is important to discuss every time you discuss cancer, right? And the reason being is because fibroids are the easiest type of cancer to fight. Am I saying that fibroids is easy to fight? No. I'm saying fibroids is the easiest type of cancerous tumors to fight, right? So, like this ain't, like think of a video game analogy again. This is still an end stage boss. Like this ain't the guy that you fight to get to the end of the, this is still the bad guy that comes out at the end of the board. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to spend like, days and weeks trying to figure out, your strategy or whatever. Like this is still a very, very tough thing to fight and get through, especially because of the black thing, and this is a part of our black series. If you black, chances are they're going to be they're going to be bigger, more painful, like everything is worse if you're black for some mysterious reason, right? But the thing is, fibroids have been beat so many times naturally, right? That I don't have to tell you something. Like I'm literally, like I started this video, like I showed you a news clip. Like that's from the news, right? That's a news clip. I'm gonna show that again before it's over. That's a news clip. So that's a news clip. You understand what I'm saying? So over the past couple decades, it's becoming understood that you can address fibroids in your house without surgery. Now, is that all cases? No, because what happens is fibroids creeps up on you like the rest of the black stuff, and you may not have any symptoms until it's so late, you know what I'm saying? And the fibroids have grown so big, that you just notice that you have a really long or really heavy period for some reason, right? Periods, if you don't know, periods are surface chemistry, right? Surface chemistry. So the larger the surface, the more activity, right? And when you get fibroids, it stretches out the womb, stretches out the vajayjay, right? So you have a lot more surface chemistry. The larger it stretches you out, the more bleeding you'll have, right? But the thing is, again, out of all cancerous tumors, fibroids are the easiest to fight and the most documented of being able to shrink them with, without surgery, without any medication, So the reason why I say fibroids needs to be a much larger discussion in all cancer situations, because this is the will. If there's a will, there's a way. If there's a will, there's a way, right? So, some of us have been in this space for a longer period of time, so we have, a wider variety of miracles to grab from. You know what I'm saying? Like bone cancer and breast cancer and this and that and the other. But for the general public that is not educated and they need something more substantial to cling to understand the possibilities, fibroids is cancerous tumors. Now the thing that also makes fibroids a good candidate of discussion is because 99.99999, I'm just using that number, but almost every time you have fibroids are benign and they don't metastasize, right? So it's not gonna break down and travel all over your body. You know what I'm saying? Now, is there a rare instance of that happening? Sure, but that's rare. You know what I'm saying? It's very rare that fibroids will become malignant or travel around the body. For the most part, fibroids are benign and they stay in place. And with what we know, it's very, easy to, as compared to the others, right? As compared to the other cancers and tumors out there, it's very easy to kick fibroids' ass. Yeah. Signing your consent away. That is a certified fact. He said Nurse Rivers. Yeah. But we got to blame, listen, we can only blame Nurse Rivers in the Tuskegee experiment partially. I know y'all like, wait a minute. Doc, what you mean by that? I mean, hey, we are 50%. Only somebody could trick us if we don't know no better. And the only way we don't know any better is because nobody takes the time to invest the money into the research. Cash App. Cash App. But take a step further to get the research, right? So I've nicknamed this book. The pocketbook. Like women carry a pocketbook, right? This is the pocketbook. I'm suggesting that this book be inside of every woman's pocketbook. I'm suggesting that this book be given to every young girl when she turns 12 or 13 to go on her cycle. I'm suggesting that at every single baby shower, we give the new parents copies of these books. Because, again, going back to the early teachings, I didn't know with verified clinical data that how we feed our little girls determines or contributes to their fibroid risk, right? So a part of the protocol has always been, you know, giving up your cosmetics, giving up the lotions, like, period. Like, ladies was mad as hell with me. You know, they're like, hold up, I got to give up meat. I got to give up makeup. I got to give up lotion and this and that and blah, 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 blah. How I'm going to be sexy? And I was like, listen, you're going to be alive, damn it. I don't know about all them other answers. I don't have answers to all them other questions. You're going to be alive, though. Your JJ is going to be, you know, we're going to get that thing together there. Right? And then you can start maybe with your foolishness again later. You know what I'm saying? But that was always part of the protocol. Like, giving up the meat, plant-based, you know, exercise, water, sunlight, da, 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 da. But I didn't know, like, I didn't have clinical, scientific proof in my hand that I could present to someone else and go, yeah, your child is going to be, you know, 15, 20, 25% more likely to grow up into a woman that has fibroids if she eats this, this, and this. If she wears this, this, and this. If the home is not structured like this, and da, 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 da. And then to be able to put together in a coherent picture and go, now look at this. If we put all these risk factors together, who has all these risk factors? Because there's about 5 or 6 different risk factors that are clinically well known. And the crazy thing is, all of those risk factors only come together in young Black girls in the city. That's what's wild. Only comes together for all of the risk factors only come together in young Black girls. So, you know, there are risk factors that increase your risk of having fibroids as a woman by 20%, some by 10%, some by 25%, some by 40%, all these kind of different numbers. But the thing is, in the real world, the difference between statistics in the real world, remember, if you have the lymphatic immunity book, if you got the, what was that? The legal notebook, right? Enqi and the brainwave. If you have those books, remember what we talked about. The difference between sheet music and actual music, the sound, right? The structured sound. The sound that hits your ears and hits your body that makes you feel it and get goosebumps. That's called music. The written notes on a piece of paper, right, that an orchestra follows to play the music is also called music, right? So you have sheet music and then you have the actual music, but they both call music, right? So we make the analogy in the books that, you know, the scientific papers and the science, the written math, all that kind of stuff, that's sheet music. That's not actual music, though. That's sheet music. So the difference between the sheet music and the actual music is that in the sheet music, in order for things to be scientific, they have to isolate stuff. You got to isolate things and separate things so you can get the specifics on how this one thing impacts this. But the difference in reality is everything is happening at one time. So it's really not about, okay, well, this eating this, you know, if your daughter eats beef or ham, you know, more than 7 servings a week, it's going to raise her risk of having fibroids, you know, 20, 25%, you know, because it's going to raise her risk of having an early period, you know, 20, 25%, which then translates to fibroids, breast cancer, and some other stuff, right? That's one thing, but that's not the only risk factor. And so as you start to combine the risk factors, it's almost like a definite sentence. And that's the thing that fired me up many moons ago about diabetes being black. I'm like, ho. Are y'all trying to say I'm definitely getting ready to have diabetes because I'm black? I'm not going for that shit. That's what? I'm not, nah, that ain't. that. Y'all trying to dance, and this is me having this combo with doctors as a young man. I'm like, oh, y'all, what do you mean? Because I'm black, and so yeah, I probably have high blood pressure, diabetes. What do you mean by that? How do I get? They wasn't ready for that to come from a teenager. I'm a teenager asking these kind of questions. Like, how do I get it? How does that happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, what part of my blackness, says diabetes, and which part says high blood pressure, and is that the same part? Which gene is that? Can I look up the chromosome and find that chromosome? Which chromosome is the faulty chromosome that's causing? I used to raise hell in school. Yo, I used to raise hell in school. Them white folks, they didn't know what to do with me. Seriously. They didn't know what to do. Because it's not like I'm in there standing on top of the table doing no goofy or throwing papers or, I would fight in school sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I used to fight a lot, but, no. My disruptive behavior was always a debate, me and the teacher. I'm like, wait, no, we'll go get, I'll go get the dean. I'm like, go bring the dean in here. Go get, matter of fact, I think you need a few more teachers. Go get you some more teachers and bring them back in here. Have them explain this here to me because I don't get it. And I don't think you get it. And so I don't think you should be teaching this if you don't understand it. So you should probably go get you some help. Yeah, no, I'm going to get you put out of here. So I used to be going at it. I used to be going at it with the teachers, especially when it was like science class or math class. The other classes is pretty much memorization. They say it, you're supposed to memorize it. But even in those settings, I used to debate all the time. Like, if you notice, I make this typo in my books all the time. Like say there's quotes. If you notice, my exclamation or my period is always on the outside of the quote. I used to bust up the classes with that. I used to ask the teacher all the time, how come you have the quotes on the outside the period? Oh, that's because that's the standard grammar, because the grammar with the quote is, you're basically letting people know that. I was like, I know, but what does a period mean? Well, period is the end of the sentence. Okay, but if the quote is on the outside the period, then the period is not the end of the sentence. The period is continuing on to the quotation marks, correct? Yo, that shit used to be crazy. I used to be like, listen, okay. And sometimes the teachers would talk to me in advance before listen. We got serious work to get to today. We do not need you disrupting the rest of the students because these kids, they really need to learn. Now, what you're doing is showing off that you already know everything. And so you're stopping them from getting their test grades up and blah, blah, blah. But of course. Yeah. Of course. Let me see. Well, I don't know for sure. Let me check. I don't know for sure. Let me check. Yes, it's definitely there. The Fibroids book is definitely on Amazon. Let me find it. Yeah, it's definitely on Amazon. Yeah. Now, I will say that I jumped straight to it, so I'm not sure what the search looks like. Let's see if you type in Enqi fibroids. What happens? You can't find it. Okay. Let's try that search again. Let's go Enqi Fibroids book. Wow, you still cannot find it. Oh, yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess it's so new, maybe. Okay, let's go here. Let's see if it's down here. No, it stops right here. So it might be so new that it hasn't populated throughout the whole search engines yet. Yeah, it may not have populated throughout all the search engines yet. So let me just, drop the link here. Yeah. So that's the link. Again, that'll take you right there. But as people search for it, it's going to start to popping up. Yeah, as people search for it, it'll start to popping up. Yeah, let me see. Let me check the back side. See if I can help. Help the search any. All right, so there's that. Yeah, try to help the search. But yeah, so we got a little chart back there. All right. So there's that, right? So again, just to repeat, because fibroids are becoming something that people are realizing that this is within your grasp to fight, Now, some cases are not. In fact, let's look at a case that if this sister would have come to me, I don't care how much science I knew, I'd have been like, ma'am, I'm gonna need you to go on ahead and get you down to the doctor. Ma'am, I know what you've seen on the internet, but I'm gonna need you to consider going to the doctor because, right? But here's the thing. The sister that I'm getting ready to show this video, right? And this is on YouTube, you can find this stuff. Had she knew what's in the fibroids book, right? She could possibly have prevented the fibroids. So it's not just about shrinking or reversing fibroids. It's about preventing them. And to be honest, white, yellow, red, brown, or black, 80% of women will have fibroids before they turn 50. So, people that are uneducated, they can lie to each other. You know what I'm saying? But once people can't lie. Like, line up 10 women. If you line up 10 women aged 35 or older, 8 of them have fibroids. Now, they might not know it. because the fibroids may be so small that they haven't experienced any pain, any discomfort. A lot of women are finding out they have fibroids when they get pregnant. They get pregnant, then they go for the ultrasound or whatever, and they're like, hey, doctor's like, we should talk. We should talk. You know, that's never good when we should talk. Let's sit down over here and have a conversation. You know, yeah, we found some stuff, you know, don't worry. They always tell you that, don't worry, you know, fibroids are benign, you know what I'm saying? But it's still this, like, you should always worry, right? But I want y'all to check this situation out here because this is kind of wild.
Uterus inside.
It takes away your social life. It takes away your happiness. It just takes away.
It is definitely some graphic medical scenes. So one of the reasons why I like to go live in the daytime is because your children should be at school. But I'm just saying, in case you had your sandwich out or your oatmeal, you know, you might want to, yeah.
Your youth. It takes away your social life. It takes away your happiness.
Right, let's put the headsets on then.
So Hilda, what we can see here is a uterus inside the pelvis. So this is a normal sized uterus. So that's the sort of space that a uterus would normally occupy.
I would like to show you what your uterus looks like. And I know that you're...
Now, let me stop for a second. Let me appreciate the Tika lifestyle journey. I appreciate that. But let me say this. There's another reason that you need to have this book, right? So we talk about fighting fibroids. We talk about preventing fibroids, right? I want y'all to look at this video. This is a real story of a real person, right? But the reality is, well, I don't want to pocket watch anybody or block anybody's potential blessings. But let me just say it like this. Most of us are not in position where we can afford to have this type of doctors. Okay, so I do not want you guys to look at this scenario and then think that at Lincoln Hospital or Grady, you getting ready to get like this, because this is like top of the line. This is like something like LeBron's wife or Michelle Obama or Martha Stewart. Like one of them will get this type of treatment. So you need to be able to afford this type of crazy treatment. Or, you know, you need to be like angel wished in, like some rich gazillionaire wants to sponsor you as an example of what their technology or their something like that. But I'm just saying, like every hospital, this is not typical of every hospital. So I don't want y'all to look at how, you know, they got the 3D glasses where they're digitally re-imaging the uterus and they can see like this is really unique. But for learning purposes, this is invaluable. You can't even put a price on this. This is priceless. Stuff like this did not exist 20 years ago when I started this journey.
Really keen to see it. Yeah, it's on then.
So Hilda, what?
Your youth. It takes away your social life. It takes away your happiness.
Right, let's put the headsets on then.
So Hilda, what we can see here is a uterus inside the pelvis. So this is a normal sized uterus. So that's the sort of space that a uterus would normally occupy.
I would like to show you what your uterus looks like. And I know that you're really keen to see it.
Yeah.
but it might be difficult for you to see this next image. So I want you to be prepared and ready for it. And I'm going to show you your uterus here, just next to the other one, so you can see what they look like side by side.
Okay.
Yeah?
Let's go for it.
Yeah? Okay then.
That's scary.
So Hilda, what we're seeing here is your uterus. As you can see, it's unfortunately extending well outside the bones of the pelvis.
Stephen, can you just tell us what we're looking at?
So Hilda, this is what's been causing that enlargement of the whole womb. You can see that large fibroid there separately at the top, and that's just sitting there. Again, you can see each one of these individual fibroids sitting on the outer portion of your womb. And then within the uterus, you can see these smaller fibroids inside.
Stephen, to me, it looks like there's a huge number of fibroids in here. I mean, how many do we think Hilda has?
We believe that there are just over 90 fibroids in total.
And that sounds like a lot to me. How much would you say is normal for a woman who has fibroids?
So most of the women I see with fibroids may have 5, sometimes 10 fibroids. So this really is an awful lot to have inside the womb.
It's okay. Take your time. Take your time.
It means rather than just living and, taking one day at a time, I spend my time focusing on the pain that's ahead of me.
Are you feeling like you're ready to go on?
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
This shows it really well, Hilda. We can see, most importantly, I think, here on the inside of your womb, we look at all of this. And this is going to be having an effect, pushing the lining of your womb to a larger size.
Expanding it.
Expanding it. There's greater surface area. There's a larger...
I want to rewind this for a second so you can get a good look at something that you're going to miss if we don't slow it down, right? So let's look here, right? What I want you to pay attention to, do y'all see my little mouse pointing thingy? Oh yeah, you can see it. Okay, so right up in here, you see more fibroids. Like you see fibroids all in the walls there, right? So you see this clump here, but then you see in the walls, you see this different type of tissue. So, at this point, her womb is producing fibroids, actively producing fibroids, growing the ones that exist and producing more.
You can see, most importantly, I think, here on the inside of your womb, we look at all of this. And this is going to be having an effect, pushing the lining of your womb to a larger size.
Expanding it.
Expanding it. There's a greater surface area. There's a larger surface area that you're bleeding from each month, and that's causing a lot of the bleeding that you're having.
Is that what causes the pain, the monthly pain?
It'll certainly be contributing to that, yes.
It puts everything into perspective, like, where the pain is coming from.
But at the same time, there is hope, isn't there? And there is a potential for treatment for Hilda.
Yes. The priority here is to give you relief from the symptoms, to get as many of these fibroids out, and to try and make things better for you.
Going into this operation, I do understand that there is a risk of a hysterectomy based on the number of fibroids that are growing within me. The doctors can only try to do their...
Yeah, I just feel so connected to this lady because she has such a big nose. Yo, I'm telling you, she got such a big nose that I've just felt like, you know what I'm saying? Can y'all see this right here? Do y'all see this nose? Look at this nose here. Do you see this nose? I really just felt like, you know what I'm saying? Like somehow it's possible that she could be related to, like she could be my auntie's, cousin's, daughter's, mother's, cousins, nieces, aunties. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Somehow I just felt like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just felt like just connected to this lady. I was like, now look at that. Look at that melanin and look at the nostril. She could be related to Nostradamus. Yo, that's what they used to call me when I was young. Nostradamus, because I could predict shit into the future. They'd be like, Nostradamus is at it again. I'm just saying. Listen, the same way white folks cannot use the N-word, okay? Even you black folks that have those little small, tiny, straight noses, you cannot laugh at these jokes with me, okay? This is big nose only. Yeah, this is a big nose only section of the video. Oh, shit. Look at that nose. She is a champ.
Your best.
We've been able to open her abdomen, and we've been able to deliver the uterus through the abdominal incision. And you can see here very clearly all the different fibroids. You can see these subserosa fibroids we saw in the imaging, which are sitting at the top of the uterus. Here again, side. Within the rest of this uterus, they're going to be the deeper fibroids and obviously the fibroids on the inside.
All right, now here's the thing that is important to show about the surgery, right? All jokes aside. It's not just the technology of them having the 3D ability to see the womb and all that, which is incredible, right? But here's where the cheap service is at. You see, they have her cut open, and he just reaches his hands in there and just pulls her whole uterus out, right? So her uterus is right there. And he's teaching the other doctors in the room and for the camera, for us to see, you know what I'm saying? But I want y'all to understand that it would be easy. Like literally the surgery would have been finished. All he got to do is go in the bottom and cut, you know, suture or burn that thing closed, whoop, whoop, whoop. Close her back up. It's done. It's done. Hysterectomy. Whoop, easy peasy, 1, 2, 3 easy, on to the next one, right? And then after they do the hysterectomy, they got your whole uterus, right? They getting ready to cut that thing open and take them fibroids out individually. And then they getting ready to take the rest of your uterus, because it's the richest source of stem cells, and they getting ready to clean that thing up. And they go into the bank like they done put the Drake on in the background. They got your uterus with all your stem cells that you done signed over. You know, you rushed in there, signed up a bunch of shit. They like 10 bands, 20 bands. Fuck it, man. That did not even discuss it, man. 100 bands. they on their way to the bank with your joke. 10 bands, 20 bands. Fuck it, man. 100 bands. Let's just not even discuss it, man. OMG. So just understand that the money with the more expensive surgery gets you a doctor that's going to be more patient and take his time. And maybe there's plenty of women that could be having surgeries like this woman, because respectfully, this woman's uterus looks like game over. And what this doctor did is nothing shorter than a miracle. So if he could do this, what he's getting ready to do for this woman with 100 softballs, footballs, volleyballs, basketballs, tennis balls, pool balls, ping pong balls, like she got literally every size fibroids in there you could think of. If he could save her uterus, there's no excuse for a woman with 1, 2, or 3 fibroids, 5, 6, 7, even 10 or 15 fibroids. Like, come on now. So let's take a look at this thing.
And we've been able to deliver the uterus through the abdominal incision. And you can see here very clearly all the different fibroids. You can see these subserosa fibroids we saw in the imaging, which are sitting at the top of the uterus. Here again, side. Within the rest of this uterus, they're going to be the deeper fibroids and obviously the fibroids on the inside. So what we're going to do in a moment is now start to make an incision into the uterus to remove as many of these fibroids as we can safely.
Getting those tiny fibroids, that's really important, because over the next 10 years of Hilda's life, those tiny fibroids that are left behind could then grow into much larger fibroids. So that's why we really wanted to get every single fibroid we could find. We've removed 100 fibroids. The womb is intact, and there was blood loss, but we've managed to manage that very well. So yes, we're very pleased with how it's gone. Hilda has a now much more normal sized uterus, and we're hoping that her symptoms are going to be much, much better. So this has been a very positive, very good morning.
Okay, now hold on, because he just exposed something else that's important. You heard what he said. It's important for us to get the small ones out, because over time they could grow back into big ones. So here's what you got to understand about not having a hysterectomy done. When you have doctors that do, care and take their time and they remove the individual fibroids, you still have, your uterus is still producing and growing fibroids. You still have not changed the tissue. The tissue is still going to produce and grow fibroids. Like if you have this done and then you go back home into your regular world, this is why most cancers, whether they do a surgery or whether they do chemo or whatever the case may be, they only consider it successful with a 5-year, a 3 to 5 year window. Right? Because after that, usually the cancer comes back. The tumor grows back because you haven't changed. So even with surgery, you still have to have this book. You still have to have this care, because the things that we outline in the book technically is how you should raise your daughters, period. Right? Because how you raise your daughter determines when she gets her period. If your daughter does not get her period at 12 or 13 years old, which is the right time. 12 years old is the right time. That's the right time for your daughter to have her period. If she gets her period 11, 10, 9, or 8, her chances of having fibroids, breast cancer, all of those different things, they start to shoot up, right? The further she is away from that 12, the higher the chances go. Now, on the flip side, on the later side, girls that don't get their period till 13 or 14, usually they have even much lower risk associated with these things. So the later a girl gets her period, usually the lower her risk factors will be throughout her life for fibroids, cysts, breast cancer, etc. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. So this book is for preventing, reversing, and those people who, they're beyond the scope of natural stuff, and you got to go get you some medicine and get prepped for surgery and get the surgery. We're helping you to see what doctors are capable of. Right? So forget all the natural shit. Get all that out of your mind for a second. Let's just assume that you got 100 fibroids and you got to go get you a surgery. Let's just assume that. If you start talking to a doctor and he tell you got 10 or 15 fibroids and he has no other options except hysterectomy, at that point, you should be saying, thanks, doc, for your time. Thanks, doc, for your time. I'm going to go ahead. No. We're good. Don't call me. I'll call you. I'm going to go ahead and get me a second and third opinion, because I have already seen with my eyes, not heard about. I have seen with my eyes a woman that had 100 fibroids, and they successfully removed them and did not take her uterus out. They did not destroy this woman's uterus. They didn't give her a partial hysterectomy or full hysterectomy. They put her back together again. Right? So I seen it. Woman had 100 fibroids. They removed them surgically. So if you telling me I got 10, 15, if you telling me I got 50 fibroids and you can't fix, I need to have me some other conversations. Because again, I seen a woman get 100 taken out successfully. Seen it, right? You've seen it now. You cannot unsee. This is the beauty of video. Once you see it, you cannot unsee the fact that this woman had 100 fibroids taken out. Right? So again, Remember, fault is only 50% to the doctor because we sign up whatever the doctor say we're going to, in any scenario, we sign up for the doctor. You know what I'm saying? So we always have the right to say no. We always have the right to say, yeah, I'm going to go get me a second, third opinion. We always have the right to say, hey, thanks for the diagnosis, but I think I'm going to go get my, you know, my healing protocol somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like the doctor tell you what's wrong. You can tell them, hey, I'm going to go the naturopathic route. Or, hey, I'm going to go get surgery, but I'm not getting surgery here. I'm going to get surgery across town. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go downtown where I think I can find me some better options. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever. You know what I'm saying? But now this is in your mental lexicon. It's in your database. You've seen it. A woman had 100 fibroids removed successfully with no complications right now. Is that realistic that every woman is going to get? No. But I'm just saying, a lot of women are being told with 3 or 4 little fibroids that they don't have no options and blah, blah, blah. Right? So you got options.
Hi, Hilda. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
How have you been doing, Hilda?
I've been doing really well, thank you.
It's a big operation, very successful operation. We're really pleased that we were.
Yo, how she come in? Hold up. How she come in with the hair? Now her hair was looking a mess. I can't hold you. Yeah, the hair was looking a mess. She was just looking disheveled. You know what I'm saying? She done got the fibroids. That vajayjay is good as new. She done got the hair touched up, the jacket piece. She done got shit together post fibroids. She got a new vajayjay. Damn it, her whole swagger is all the way totally different now. So now she's probably gonna have, you know, forget just relationships, but in her, you know, in her walk, in her business, you know, in her how she communicates and deals with other folks, like her whole life is going to be way better because of, you know, the discomfort is gone, but also just, you know, her spirit is alive now again. You can see her. She got a little diddy bop. She got a little fake European diddy bop. I don't know what, you know, they try to have a little swag over there. I don't know, but she got a little, you know, she got a whole little vibe and shit.
Able to do everything that we said we were going to do.
Yeah.
All those fibroids that we saw before the surgery, we were able to remove all of those safely. We were able to do that without damaging the womb, which we're really pleased about. That was the big thing that we were concerned about.
How many were you actually able to take out?
And when we did the surgery, we actually removed 100.
What?
Some of the fibroids were really very small, all the way up to some of the fibroids being extremely large. And the amount of tissue that we removed was over 2 kilograms. So that was an awful lot of tissue that's come away.
100 fibroids, it's not 10 fibroids, and I've got my life, so thank you.
You've done incredibly well, and I think a lot of this comes down to you and your attitude.
That's crazy right there, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on, we gotta go. Let me find this other joint.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Enqi, Angela Yee, Charlamagne the God. We are the Breakfast Club. We got some special guests in the building. We have the good old doctors. I'm going to mess up your names. Amsu and Amun. Put you on the detox and they build up his name. I mess up on Amun's name. We have Jesse here. Welcome, Jesse.
Hey, Coach Jesse. Thank you.
Who do you have with you?
Yes. Really excited. We have with us one of the host sisters from our Hope Beyond Fibroids Elimination Program. Actually, this little guy right here, Carl Jr., our Hope Beyond Fibroids Elimination Program. And Rochelle Baines, his mom.
This was important because we talked about fibroids briefly up here, and a lot of people hit us up. A lot of women hit me up asking me about fibroid elimination. So we thought it would be important to talk about fibroids and how they affect a woman's body. A lot of Black women actually get diagnosed with fibroids at a much higher rate than any other race. So talk about that.
And that's what's important. Deceptive. We don't want, you don't mind it. But the thing is, it's about against those cells. It's about getting electricity to those cells, getting electricity and oxygen to the mitochondria. Because that's life, that's energy, that's electricity. That's why we call everything electric. Everything is electric. So, you know, there's a lot of myths out there about alkalinity and acidity, where everyone wants to eat alkaline, but that is not the case. There's so many myths, and we have an underground railroad situation. There's a lot of us, like you see myself and Dr. Amun. There's a lot of other researchers that we have, like Dr. Enqi.
There were people that could not have children. The hospitals did not give them an option. They came to me, they came to my students, and now they have families, natural families. I don't think y'all understand this. You have to have this information. Go to Amazon now before it's too late.
One woman says she healed herself by changing her lifestyle and her diet. How'd she do it? Well, now she's helping others. In health news this morning, for women who suffer with fibroids, me being one of them, treatment options can be uncomfortable and painful. Women of color disproportionately deal with the debilitating condition, which can cause infertility. One woman says she healed herself by changing her lifestyle and her diet. How'd she do it? Well, now she's helping others. Samantha Bryant has her story.
I was diagnosed with my fibroids when I was 42. My symptoms, at the time I thought it was heavy bleeding, but I was hemorrhaging.
Tammy McEwen is one of many women who says she's battled with the horrors of fibroids.
I was bleeding so heavily that they thought that I was that I had some type of internal bleeding.
And like many women, she thought a hysterectomy was the only solution until she heard of a natural alternative.
They just said to me very clearly, Jessie, it is estrogen dominance is the root cause. And they started to show me the research.
Coach Jessie battled with the epidemic for 14 years with numerous surgeries. And
now, when I first started teaching this, and that's the thing, what I be saying about all kinds of different subjects in the space, I don't mean to sound arrogant, even though I come off that way a lot of the times when I say I know where somebody's at in their studies, because a lot of these people I taught. So when I began teaching this, it was about estrogen dominance in the same way as PCOS is the exact opposite. PCOS is androgen dominance, right? But as I learned more, right, there was other things at play so it's not estrogen dominance. Let me say that. Now, again, if you follow the old blueprint I laid and you have estrogen dominance in mind, will you find success? Absolutely. Right? But that's not a complete picture. Over the years, I learned a whole lot more, right? So one of the things that, we talked about, I even went as far as to create, a lot of people stole my chart. I'm gonna share the chart though. It's all over the place now. But again, this did not exist a zillion, 2 decades ago. So this was like groundbreaking. Even now, it's not. It's just regular old, but at the time, this was crazy. It was like, oh, where you get that from? You know what I'm saying? Like, where you get this? How you get that? Where you get that from? It's like reading a lot of books, taking my time, paid articles, paid books, right now. Okay. Okay, so from a child at this age, that's what I need. Okay. So then I got a stack of papers like this. I'm walking around with a stack of papers like this. Let me show y'all. So y'all think I'm, because I think I'm playing. I still have these stacks of paper. You think I'll be playing? Hold on. Yeah. Hold on, let me show y'all. I'll be right back. I'm show y'all what I'm saying. After these messages, we'll be right
Peace
back.
to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe. They've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people.
So I'll be taking notes, and it'll look like this. It'll look like this. Pure madness all over the place. And then, you know, meticulously, all those loose papers all over the place will turn into something that looks more simple like this. And this will be one page in a book. One page. Think about that. So that one page might have came from 300 or 400 pages of notes, which might have came from thousands of pages of reading and studying and whatever. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, we just put this in all of the books so people get a rough idea of the first thing people need to know is, what is the vitamin D levels? Most people just tell you how much vitamin D to take, but they don't tell you, like, how is vitamin D, you know what I'm saying? So they measure it nanograms, you know, per deciliter, you know what I'm saying, in your blood. They measure the blood plasma. That's how they measure vitamin D. Even though vitamin D is fat soluble, right? Which creates another problem for vitamin D. The bigger you are, if you're overweight, the bigger you are, the more vitamin D you need, right? Because your fat will suck it up out of circulation. You know what I'm saying? So you may get to the point where you're big enough that you might need 3 times the amount of somebody your same complexion, age, weight, sex, like all other things being the same. The bigger you are, you're going to have to compensate for that with vitamin D. But anyway, so, you know, there's that. And of course, we put that in the book. But if you've been buying the books all this time, you know, you probably have that in, I don't know, 10 books you have at your house, because we've been putting that everywhere, right? But it's, so the problem comes, so there was a time, estrogen dominance, like what they still teaching, and that was it. That was a level, right? And of course, we talked about certain vitamins and herbs and all of that kind of stuff, but we were still looking at estrogen dominance as the main issue, right? So even when you hear the conversation, a lot of the conversation, because we was centering around estrogen dominance, had to do, remember I told you the makeup, right? Makeup, like any type of external chemicals because any type of external chemicals can behave as a what's called a xenoestrogen. Xeno estrogen. These are basically chemicals that mimic estrogen in your body. So they're not estrogen, but they behave like estrogen, and so they contribute to you having too much circulating estrogen. Now, y'all know that everything at some point in our conversation is going to deal with the M word, right? Melanin, right? So over the years, I done took this thing all the way from just an estrogen issue. I done pinpointed all the way back through the uncharted territory to figure out this whole black thing. So when you go through the book, now you got the answers that nobody got in the book. In the book, you got the answers that nobody got. I don't care if they reversed 1 million people's fibroids. They don't know what's in that book. They still on the old software I gave them. This is the software upgrade for the universe. And now everybody has the opportunity to get that firsthand, as opposed to, you know, like it was back in the days where, you know, like, so they set up the lecture in Atlanta. Those brothers, they paid for a venue, and then they paid us to come down to Atlanta and teach them. And they sold the tickets and did whatever. They put together their group, and we came down and spoke and taught them in their group. Now, Chef Enqi was one of their students. Now, Chef Enqi is more popular than them and way more popular than me. But that doesn't mean that she's not student of a student of a student. Just like that lady Jessie. Jessie is all over the place because she got famous friends, but she's still a student of a student of a student. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is y'all cutting all the middlemen out, going to get that pure. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to get the stepped on. You're getting the pure, right? I don't know how many books Chef Enqi has written till now, but if you go get her first book, in her first book, there's a paragraph where she gives me a shout out as one of her teachers and shows me some love and respect in the book. And so we bought the book. We bought 2 copies. We bought a few copies of Chef Enqi's book. You know what I'm saying? A, I was supporting Chef Enqi, but, you know, B, I was doing my Bronx thing. I was like, look at me in the book. I was just showing people me in her book. Like, yeah, look at that. But shout out to Chef Enqi. But my point is now it's not that kind of time period. You know what I'm saying? Now we got the internet, and now we have, thank God, we have Amazon. You know what I'm saying? So everybody can get this information first, right? Because this is how we need it. Remember, my goals and other people's goals are always not the same. You know what I'm saying? I'm a dreamer. You know what I'm saying? I believe I can I could put a dent in shit globally. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking in my mind. So I think that we can kick fibroids ass globally. That's where I'm at with it. And in order for that to happen, everybody's got to get the info. So Christmas, baby showers, 12 years old, she about to get her cycle. Bam, this is what you need to sit down and tell her, okay, this is this and this is this. So anyway, back to the information. Anyway, Enqi, stop talking so damn much. Okay, we back to the science. So, all right, so at one point we thought it was estrogen dominance, right? But I realized over time that estrogen dominance is a symptom of other stuff going wrong. In the book, we go super detailed and we trace it all the way back to your pigment. And this is the reason why Black folks experience blah, blah, blah. But for today's discussion, what I want to just do is stop one step, right? Because at the time, I was teaching, right, the estrogen fast. So that was the first thing, was removing the chemicals, the lotions, all the fake stuff. And then it was removing all of the foods out of your diet that boost up estrogen. Now, the problem with that is a lot of people already thought they was on healthy diets, right? Like people on the SABI list or people following, what's this guy? I forgot. So that's a white guy that everybody likes to, you know, he's the vegan something or other. Anyway, but people thought they was following, but those food lists included foods that was boosting estrogen, right? So that's the first thing, right? It was following that estrogen fast, removing all of the chemicals. And then we had, hold on, let me tell you, right from the book. This is from the food chemistry book, right? See, that's the beauty of having these books also, is that I can't say stuff that, like, because y'all got these books in the house. So when I go, yeah, no, it's a book. You're like, no, it ain't a book you like. No, but on page 164, you're going to see vitamins. I got the fat-soluble vitamins there, basically. A, D, E, and K. Right? A, D, E, and K. And it says the formation of light-sensing pigments, reduction of tenderness in the breasts, and reduction of growths. Right? Vitamin A, D, E, and K. Now, when I designed this book, remember I'm designing the book so that you take each one of these things and cross-reference it and do your own research to whatever you got going on. Right? So I'm expecting if you got fibroids for you to take vitamin A, you know, hit the search, you know, search your vitamin A versus this, you know, fibroids. You know, vitamin E versus fibroids, D, blah, 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 blah. You know, people are lazy. They don't do that, right? But either way, that's where we was at with it. So the first thing with estrogen, right? And it's crazy how, like, this is not on the internet, right? You search, when I say it, if you search it specifically, stuff will pop up. But if you just start searching fibroids, you're not going to really find anything out there besides vitamin D. You know what I'm saying? And even the vitamin D, as I'm getting ready to show you a secret to the vitamin D, that vitamin D works, but people don't know why it's working. So for me, that's important for you to understand the whole big picture, not for you to just be like, okay, well, vitamin D alone is being shown powerful results and woo woo. Yeah, but how does it do it? That's always my question. Like, how does it work? What does vitamin D do in there? You know what I'm saying? So you need to know that type of stuff. But anyway, this guy, right? This guy. Bang, before we even get to vitamin D, the star of the show, hardworking Mr. Dynamite, soul clap, iodine, right? Iodine. Your body needs T3, T4 to properly metabolize iodine. To properly metabolize estrogen. So if you don't have the T3, T4, and typically this is the problem in the T3, T4, because T3, T4 is not like iodine by itself, right? It's not iodine by itself, but it's tyrosine. Tyrosine, hello, look, you already see something attached to melanin already. And why do I keep mentioning melanin? Because Black women have the highest risk for this. Do white ladies, yellow ladies, orange ladies, red ladies, you know, brown, everybody get, absolutely. All women have fibroid issues. But Black ladies are just much worse, right? So we always got to look for what is that, right? But so when we look at T3, T4, T3, T4, you're going to notice This is the secret. Damn, this is the first video. I did this video all wrong. Because I shouldn't be giving y'all this in the first video. Yo, I should be making y'all wait for this. But actually, this is a part of the last book. So technically, you kind of overdue for this, right? But the last book, Let There Be Music. These books would be like part 1 and 2. So if you don't have Let There Be Music, but you order the Fibroids book, you need that. If you order the Let There Be Music and not the Fibroid. So these books go together. If I didn't do the Let There Be Music book, I probably wouldn't have did the Fibroids book. But there were certain things left out of the Let There Be Music book that I had to, you know what I'm saying? So Let There Be Music is fertility, right? How to be nice and fertile, sperm and egg. And then the fibroids, they kind of go, right? But if we look at T3 and T4, that whole molecule is like fertility. Like all that stuff right there is your fertility kit, damn near. So you got tyrosine, zinc, selenium, all that's right there, your T3, T4, and your iodine. All right, maybe I'll put that up there just so you can see. All right, so all of these you need to fight and shrink fibroids, right? You need all of those, right? You also need all of these in order to be fertile, right? Now, if you start having other stuff going on in your body, that's where stuff gets low, right? And then this here is being promoted everywhere to fight fibroids, right? And you know, the darker you are, the more deficient you are in vitamin D. So that in and of itself on the surface level kind of can help explain to some people why Black folks have the worst end of the deal when it comes to fibroids. It's like, oh, well, if you need the vitamin D to stop fibroids, the darker you are, the less vitamin D you have. Okay, we got it. The worse your fibroids are. Levels to it. There's levels to it, right? There's levels to it, right? So you can also extrapolate from this that you need to look up possibly, right? Possibly, I want to help you with how to think, how to research on your own, right? You see all this, you go, maybe there's a relationship here. Maybe there's a relationship here, right? And you find out, hold on, let me put this down here. Let me put melanin over here too, just so we can start drawing some arrows and getting crazy over here, right? So all of a sudden, right, this right here, right, everything up here that you need for your thyroid are also the things you need for melanogenesis, right? So it just so happens that these same things you need to make your thyroid hormones that's going to regulate your your metabolism, right? Metabolism, right? Sugar breakdown. What's one of the risk factors for fibroids? Let's stop right there. High blood sugar and insulin. Well, high blood sugar and insulin, we can stop right here and check metabolism. What's going on over here? Are we good with the thyroid? Right? Is the thyroid shrinking? Right? We trying to get alkaline food, but what about our parathyroid? Your parathyroid literally controls how your body handles alkalinity. So parathyroid is good. Okay. Thyroid is good. Okay. So we just start to go into other spaces, but you'll find, which I found over the years, that these guys are ops. So everybody with high levels of estrogen have low levels of vitamin D. Everybody with high levels of vitamin D, low levels of estrogen. So immediately I was like, estrogen is a symptom. Estrogen is a symptom. Now, this ain't the cause. This is just, you know, in the books, in the Black Lives Matter book, right? The photochemistry book, you know, when we're going through chemical reactions, right? And you start with this, you know, and you go through 5 or 10 different chemical reactions before you get to the end product, right? Well, now you could look at this as one of those stages in the middle. One of those stages in the middle. So this ain't the root cause. You know, now addressing this addresses everything downstream. Let me go see what this damn dog is doing. Oh, no blood clot dog.
Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe. They've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people like you and me, folks whose ancestors built this country and made it what it is today. So again, I'm asking you to support me in my run for U.S. House District 12 here in North Carolina. You don't have to live in North Carolina to support, because what happens in Congress affects the entire country. So again, it's aliforcongress.com. I hope to have your support. Peace and love, y'all.
All right. All right, so I know we're running out of space, right? So all of that, right? We find this relationship, at least I find this relationship buried in the books, buried in the journals. And it's here. See, the thing is, God already got, in a lot of cases, there's already something in your body that does something. Everything is binary. You got an on and an off switch for everything. You got an on and an off switch for everything, right? So with estrogen, you typically have 2 receptors, right? You have the alpha and the beta, right? The receptors do more than what you think, right? Just when you think of the term a receptor is just something receiving something, but it's in the body, it's a little bit more, right? Think of these as like switches, easy. So this would be the on switch. This is the off switch, right? This pumps up estrogen. This breaks down estrogen, right? So this right here winds up being the lock and the key, right? This the lock and the key. Now, if you don't notice, can you still be like, hey, vitamin D is good for and you still get amazing results? Absolutely. But again, for me, I like to know all the little nooks and the crannies and the details, because later on, as information builds up, you never know what else you're going to find out that complements what you already know. Or if you have to go back and figure, oh man, I made a mistake there, I got to cross that out and then add this in. Like, if you don't know the nuances, you can't make the tweaks later on, right? But this right here, this beta receptor is regulated by vitamin D, right? That beta receptor is regulated by vitamin D, right? So now, again, there's a lot more that we're going to go through from the book over time, but I want to sit in this for a minute today. Like, I just want to sit in here. I want to sit in here for a second, because I want you to see how other things that traditionally is, you're never going to see these things listed as a quote unquote risk factor. But I want you to be able to see how we can see things in advance by just finding something concrete. Like, once we get a concrete mechanism, this is a concrete mechanism. It don't matter what scientific journal or standard you look at. This is what this is right here. This is science, right? Now we're going to do some speculating on the science, right? We're going to do some speculating on the science, right? We're going to start to look at some other problems that people have, right? So if we start with caveman lifestyle, I'm going to start right there with the caveman lifestyle, right? What is the caveman lifestyle, Dr. Enqi? Well, the caveman lifestyle is basically where we're indoors and hiding from the sun all day. So one of the things that I would tell women with fibroids and breast cancer is you need the sun. You got to get out into the sun, right? So now a disconnect will come in. Some people, in order for them to do a thing, they need to understand it. If they don't understand it, they won't do it, right? So for some people, they can make the connection between excess estrogen and going outside and getting sun. So for them, they will follow your, so, and this is what people do. This is the big mistake. Their doctor, their surgeon, their holistic person, their personal trainer. If you do any of these things for a living, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Holistic healer, naturopath, personal trainer, doctor, nurse, even car mechanics. You tell people a whole protocol. This is what you need to do. You got to do this, this, and this, and this, and you got to stop doing this and this and this and this. Guess what people do? They look at what you tell them to do, and they start trying to figure it out themselves. And what they get ready to do is the things that they think make sense to them, they're going to start doing those 3 or 4 things. And the other 5, since they couldn't figure out why you said to do that, they just not going to do it. They just not going to do it. But what they are going to do is complain later if they don't get the results. You said my car was going to be, it's still making that sound. You're like, well, did you put the Lucas? Well, I didn't. I got this other one. It's the same as Lucas. Like, nobody told you to get that other one. I said, get this. So people don't understand the relationship of the sun to estrogen. Now, in the book, there's more to it, right? But just for today's convo, we're going to stop it right here with the vitamin D, right? So most people, it doesn't matter what time of the year it is, right? We're in school, we have 9 to 5s. So, and this is a tough thing to do, right? Because I'm asking you to get out there and get you some sun. Now, look at that chart right there. You see a white person is all the way on the left, first chart. A white person can go outside in the midday sun, and in 20 minutes, they can make enough vitamin D for 3 days in their body. That's a white person. You, on the other hand, me, my complexion, you see what that chart say? You need to be out there for 90 to 120 minutes. So you need to be out there for between at least an hour or two to get the same amount of vitamin D level as a white person will get in 20 minutes. Right? So this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the rubber meets the road, right? So now we already have a barrier. We already have a lifestyle that leads to estrogen dominance. So this ain't got nothing to do with diet yet. We ain't talk about no herbs. I didn't ask you to buy no product from my website. Oh, get this herb in the who. We ain't went into none of that. This ain't about. This is about priority, right? So back in the beginning of this video, we talked about prioritizing, right? So for the people that prioritize career and, schooling and those types of things over life, well, for them, this is impossible. When I tell them they need to do this, because this has to happen in the middle of the day. That has to happen between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Between 11 a.m. and 2 a.m., this has to happen. This can't happen after work. This doesn't happen after work or after school. You missed it. It's gone. You need the UVB. UVB is not going to be there for you after work or after school. Okay, now if you live in Southern California or Texas or Florida, or you out of the country, maybe you might fit into a space where you, after work or after school, you might be lit. Pun intended, right? But for the most of North America, for Europe, for Canada, for the UK, it's not there. So for some people, you're going to have to make a decision. You're going to have to talk to your boss. You're going to talk to your teacher. You have to talk to somebody because you need to get what you need to get. So you need to clear out that middle of the day. You know what I'm saying? I've even asked some ladies like, hey, you want to keep your job or your life? What you want to do? You want to keep your job or your life? Right? You want to have good grades this semester, or you want to be alive for next semester? It's up to you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just telling you how this program is set up here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if humans was invented with 9 to 5 in mind, or so hey, you might have to miss out. You might have to go back to school and work after you get well. Right? You may have to take 6 months off or whatever you need to do to figure out a way, but I need you to get out there. Right? So there's that, right? Caveman lifestyle. We're indoors all day. And yes, all of the commercial windows block UV light. Okay, it never fails for me to get somebody to be like, oh, no. The way my school is set up, because see, where my desk is, I make sure I put my desk right next to the window, so I'm getting that sunlight all day. It'd be mad hot in there. Heat has to do with infrared. Okay, that's not going to stimulate the vitamin D. Okay, those windows are reflecting all the UVB back out into the air. So what you think is coming through as sunlight is visible light and infrared. You're not getting the UV. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, so you're not getting vitamin D on the inside. You're not getting vitamin D in your car, your truck drivers. It's not coming into your truck. All right, so there's that. Now, you have this. Right? Diabetes. Right? So high blood sugar levels, high insulin levels translate. Right? High blood sugar, high insulin levels translate. So if you have diabetes and you have fibroids, you may have to get the diabetes under control before you even focus on the fibroids. Depending on what stage the fibroids are at and how dangerous, and this is how things get complicated, right? This is how things get complicated, because if your diabetes is so crazy that you can't get it under control without medicine and blah, 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 well, then you really locked into surgery with your fibroids. Because if you can't get the blood sugar and the insulin under control, you can't get the fibroids under control. You might as well, yeah, that's a wrap, right? So if you got diabetes, you need to get the diabetes under control. And by proxy, going through that process, you will be working on the fibroids the whole entire time, even though you're not focused on them, right? Because of the high blood sugar and insulin contributing to the estrogen, right? So estrogen is a symptom of high blood sugar, high insulin. It's a symptom of not getting enough sunshine, right? What we like to do. Come on now. Y'all know what we like to do. We like to eat a lot of meat. Pause. Right? We like to eat a lot of meat. And we love that. No, we're not going to put liquor. Because over here, we on the spirits. Right? So we like to eat a lot of meat. And we like to drink a lot of spirits, right? We like our liquor and we like our chicken. But chicken is not really, now this is the one space where chicken is not really that much of a culprit. They've identified red meat as the real problems with fibroids, right? So chicken kind of escapes, even though chicken is a problem with prostate issues, not as much fibroid documentation anyway, right? So, but here's the thing. And we still on this, just this information, right? Just this little bit of science right here. We still here, right? Because these are things that either contribute directly to estrogen overproduction, or these things contribute down here. So like the lack of sunlight, that's down here. We're not getting enough vitamin D, right? We're not getting enough conversion of cholesterol. Remember, Enqi's law of metabolism. We're not converting the cholesterol fast enough, right? The faster we convert the cholesterol, right, then we get this. The more vitamin D, the more it stimulates the beta receptors, the more it breaks down the estrogen, speeds up estrogen metabolism, right? Less vitamin D, less beta receptor activity, more alpha receptor activity, more higher levels of estrogen, right? But now here's the problem. most of us don't know that our liver's doing bad. Right. So I just watched a sister talking about she was going through sobriety and recovery on Sanetta's page yesterday. Right. And the whole time, her name is Nicole. So some of y'all watch YouTube. Y'all know the sister Nicole because she got a big platform of sobriety and she helps people to get sober and blah, 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 blah. The whole time I'm saying to myself, damn, I need to get onto this girl's page. So I don't know. I'm going to ask Saw to make the plug. I'll just go to her page myself and try to contact the girl. But I'm almost certain that nobody over there is really coming in there talking about the liver. If you've abused alcohol for any period of time, you need to have your liver checked. And then you need to start doing things. Now, the liver is one of the organs that, like the strongest, it regenerates. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, you know, you can look at somebody's eyes or their fingernails and stuff like that, and you can see some stuff, you know what I'm saying? But liver health, right? But we usually don't pay attention to liver stuff till it's too late. Same thing with the kidney. Most people don't find out they having kidney failure to stage 4, stage 5, right? Why is that important? Well, that's important because, again, we got to understand this vitamin D thing, right? Let's say we make the sacrifices to get outside. We're not hiding from the sun. We outside. We get in the sun. But if we got damage to our liver and damage to our kidney, even if we get in the sun, we might not produce as much vitamin D because this is where vitamin D is produced at, right? So remember the basic steps of vitamin D production. The sun hits the cholesterol, right? The cholesterol begins to change. The cholesterol goes through some biochemical reactions. Right? Get the photochemistry book if you know, for more, you know, get the photochemistry book, but the biochemistry begins there. Sunlight or UVB specifically and cholesterol, right? Now, the end stages happens in the kidney and the liver, and they both produce a different type of vitamin D. Both are classified, though, as vitamin D3, right? So the end product, vitamin D3, doesn't come directly from the skin into circulation. It has to come out of the liver and the kidney. But if you don't know you got stage 2, you ain't dying from kidney stuff yet. You know, you still kind of all right. You stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, right? But your kidney is not at 100. Your vitamin D production might not be at 100. If your liver is not at 100, that vitamin D production might not be at 100. And if you got liver and kidney stuff going on, right? You in your 30s, your 40s, you ain't paid no attention to this. You just finished going through your 20s where we've been instructed that we supposed to wild out. So we drinking as much as we could drink. We having as much as sex as possible. We rolling up, smoking till we, you know, pass out. And then we wake and bake. We wake and baking. You know, we going crazy. We going through, you know, powders and pills and, you know, we going crazy. You know, whatever you do, you know, whatever your neighborhood is on, you yeah. Teenager, 20s, you done wild out. 30s and 40s is now where all that damage is collecting. And as you see when you go through the book, it actually starts at 5 and 6 years old. 5 and 6 years old. So by the time you get to 35, you got 3 decades worth of damage that you done put on your body. So even making certain changes, you still have to, and this is again why I say sometimes you gotta heal yourself to get to a level where you can actually start healing. Because you might not even be in position. You might not have even took care of yourself good enough to be able to just, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna go out and start getting me 2 hours of sun every day. Oh, whoa. How's that blood sugar? How's the kidneys and the liver doing? How is everything else? Is the machinery that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, is the car in park? Because if the car is in park, but it's oiled up, you know what I'm saying? Like the oil is fresh, the transmission fluid is there. You got a, you know, half a tank of gas. You know what I'm saying? Like, is it just a matter of us turning that bad boy on and going to get a car wash and we back on the highway? Or that car done sat so long, the battery ain't no good in this damn thing. I think we need a new this radiator might have to go. I'm not sure what the transmission do. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you might have to put a few dollars into that car before you can even get that bad boy on the highway to see what it could do. Right? Because you can't even put that joke on the highway and unlock it for no long distance. Think about that. That's the best way you can think about it. Long distance travel. You can get back and forth around the neighborhood with a shitty car forever. But you can't drive that bad boy from New York to Atlanta. You're going to get trapped somewhere in South Carolina looking crazy. Right? That shit gonna break down in the worst place. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you can't. So you got to think like that. Right? So what else? What else? Right? What else can prevent this process? Let's see what else we got here. What else? What else can mess this up? Let me see if y'all got any guesses. What else can mess this up? What else can mess this up? Somebody tell me what can affect this, the estrogen cycle or the vitamin D cycle that we haven't listed? Something popular. Come on. Somebody give me a guess. Somebody give me a guess. What else impacts this or this? Or look, maybe you can't think of anything that impacts the estrogen cycle or the vitamin D cycle, but you could think of something that impacts diabetes, kidney health, or liver. All right? Here. Or you could think of something else that affects sun exposure. Right? So what else can affect sun exposure, diabetes, kidney health, liver health, right? Fat. And that's not even the one I was thinking of. But there's another easy one that should be sitting right there in your mind, definitely. Right? But fat is a big one. Pun intended. Fat is a big one because fat actually affects both. Right? So fat affects estrogen, right? And vitamin D. So fat is an important one. Actually, and I wasn't even thinking of that one. So we would have left that off. So shout out to Mo for coming in. The survey said, boom, 80 people said fat, right? That's a good one because fat cells produce estrogen directly. And estrogen gets shuttled into fat cells, making them larger. So there's literally a three-point triangle, which is thinking of the other thing that I'm actually thinking of, right? There's estrogen, right? There's estrogen, there's fat, and then there's another thing that's right here on this side of the triangle. What's that other thing that goes on the other side of the triangle right there? How do we do that? All right, turn that up. All right. So something is missing. It goes right here. Nope. Say wisdom. Nope. 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 Bang. That's the one. That's the one right there. Now, wait. Sunscreen definitely can go over here, right? Sunscreen affects sun exposure. So sunscreen goes over here with sun exposure, right? The makeup, the skin chemicals, the clothes, the sunglasses, right? Suntan lotion goes right over here in that pocket, right? But in terms of completing that triangle, is stress. Well, it's not exactly stress, but stress is it, right? The word I was looking for is cortisol, right? So that's the trifecta right there. That's the trifecta right there. Estrogen is going to be put into or moved into fat cells, making them larger by cortisol. And then the larger the fat cells get, the more estrogen they pump out. So this becomes a self-reinforcing, listen now, because when you get the Let There Be Music book, this is in the book, because we talk about codes that the body runs on. So this is a self-referencing code, right? This is a self-referencing code that you create in your body where it takes on a life of its own. So people that are struggling with their weight and they doing the exercise part, the diet part, and they still not getting the results, it may be because they haven't addressed this triangle right here, right? So if you got stress, just know that the cortisol, right? The cortisol. So here's what cortisol does. Let me just say this, right? Cortisol creates what I like to call, like this, you know, I've been naming shit, you know. So cortisol creates what I like to call temporary diabetic states, right? Temporary diabetic states. So what's a temporary diabetic state? Think about it. What's a diabetic state, nigga? High blood sugar, high insulin, right? That's what cortisol does, because cortisol, stress, puts you to that fight or flight. Now, in fight or flight, right, you got to be heightened awareness, and you got to be ready to, you know, fight for your life at any damn moment, right? You got to be able to fight for your life at any moment. You got to be ready to, you know. So your body, in order so that your muscles could be at maximum efficiency, because fight or flight means you facing life or death. And a lot of times you don't realize, but that's a part of poverty. That's a part of, unfortunately, like we talked about, a lot of the good parts with being a single parent and all that earlier. But, you know, I swim in anxiety. I had to learn the backstroke of that shit, damn near. You got to, you know, fear and anxiety is a part of parenthood. And when you're not financially secure, man, I can't tell you, like, it's just a part of my life. You know what I'm saying? And if you're dealing with, you know, coping mechanisms that are unhealthy, you know, pornography, liquor, you know, weed, pills, powder, whatever, in order to be able to really sober up and beat those habits long term, you have to accept that those things are not going to change, and that those things will be waiting there for you when you sober up. So you might as well just get your ass on out there and, you know, like a pool. Like you might as well get in that water. Ain't no sense in you hanging around the side of the pool, because that's literally all alcohol and drugs do. The water don't go nowhere, and you got to swim through the water to get where you got to go. So you having the alcohol and liquor, you just on the side of the pool, like pretend, like, no, you got, man, you get long, you can stay on the side of the pool as long as you, but in order to get through life, you're gonna have to jump in this water at some point. You know what I'm saying? So the fear and anxiety isn't going anywhere. And the more you indulge in it, the more you think your way through it, the more you act your way through it, it helps you to cope with it, but you never really fully like, you know, so I'm always dealing with high levels of cortisol. It don't matter how long I've been Dr. Enqi or none of that, or having access to the, I need to understand this because this is a constant problem for me, right? So I have to do things every day to manage my cortisol levels, right? And that's something that we have to do with learning ourselves. We got to know where our weak points are. That's another reason why we need to understand as much details as possible. Because it's simple to just go somewhere and let somebody else tell me, oh yeah, well, it's estrogen and how do I get my estrogen down? And okay, yeah, do this and this and it'll help your estrogen go down. But if you don't understand the mechanisms and you can't really see your life in these mechanisms, you can't tell where your weak areas are, because these weak areas don't belong to everybody, right? And life will put you in a way where, you know, you in different spaces. Meaning, is somebody watching this right now, they having high levels of cortisol, stressed out, because they don't have nothing going on, right? So they don't have a job. They probably at their mama's house or they at a friend's house. They going through it because of that. But guess what? You got all the goddamn time in the world to be exercising and getting your sun. Right? So the glass is always half empty and half full one way or another. You know what I'm saying? Like so, but now here's another person, right? They career driven. They might be graduated, magna cum laude, all that shit, high level education. They done got $100,000 job somewhere, $150,000. And well, they got all the pressure on them from the company. They probably got stomach issues and ulcers and all kind of shit because they dealing with so much pressure. Because in the corporate structure, you get paid for pressure. The more you get paid, the more pressure you have to process, right? The more people you're responsible for, the more pressure you got to process. So they may have ulcers and all kind of shit going on. And they definitely don't have no sun exposure time. They don't have no sun exposure time. They don't even have sun exposure time in terms of time to be with their son. Like they don't even get love from the kids and the family, which is also a nutrient. We'll talk about that at some other point, right? So your life is going to present you with different benefits and challenges. Now, the person with obviously with the big money job, they don't have money issues, right? But they got issues still. Like it don't, you know, we only see our own problems, but we don't realize that at every part of the game, problems is there. You know what I'm saying? And you might have to make some sacrifices to change your life and get out of one set of problems without realizing that you're getting ready to get into a whole new set of problems. Yeah. Yeah. You on the treadmill now. You know what I'm saying? Especially once you get that new lifestyle. Shit. You got a house or a car, you know, and children and all that represents the lifestyle you created around that job. So now guess what? You on a treadmill. You got to keep producing at this level. Because, you know, they go to a school, you might be paying for their school, or maybe you don't pay for the school, but certain things that's associated with it. Your kids might be in volleyball or chess team. They need to be paid to go to play chess with them. All kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's all pressure. Different levels. You know what I'm saying? So just saying, right? So fat, to get back focused, fat creates estrogen. Stress creates fat. Because cortisol creates temporary diabetic moments. It frees up all your sugar, and your obviously you're going to have high levels of insulin. The more blood sugar you have, this is sort of muscles can act and you can be at your strongest, right? We hear about the stories of the mother being able to lift up a car off of her child. Well, that happens because of fight or flight, but also because cortisol. Cortisol is the key in the ignition of fight or flight. The muscles don't perform the extraordinary feats of strength or speed, you know, because you might have to haul ass, right? You somewhere somebody tried to rape you, rob you, kidnap you or something, and you got up out of there. You was running faster than you ever knew you could. Yeah, that's because the cortisol done grabbed every ounce of sugar from every area in your body and cut off the areas of your brain that control those areas so that they don't need no energy. And then redirected 90% of your body's sugar to just feed these muscles so that you can be like a race car, like you on whatever level of fuel is above 93, you running on that, right? But we're having that going on all the time. We're having that going on without running. We're having that going on without lifting the car. So when we have the high levels of stress daily from our job, our relationship, our home, you know, bills that we swim in, credit card stuff, and all these different lifestyle stuff, or we take on other people's problems and gossip and all kinds of other stuff. What do you do to manage those cortisol levels? Because how the cortisol works is not only does the cortisol help to reinforce the fat and the estrogen cycle, but the cortisol starts to breaking down what it would be considered to be the ops, the testosterone and all that kind of stuff. So high cortisol levels equals low androgen levels. And remember, estrogen levels are not just, it's not just by itself. Like nothing in your body works that way. Everything is binary. So every level is based up against something else. Every level is based up against something else. So your estrogen levels is based on the ratio of estrogen to testosterone. So you can boost estrogen two ways. A, you can boost your estrogen level by boosting your estrogen level, but you can also boost your estrogen level just by dropping your testosterone level, right? So say, for instance, you got 100 cups of, I don't know, testosterone and 100 cups of estrogen, right? Your ratio is 1-to-1. But if you drop your 100 cups of testosterone to 50 cups, now you just went to a 2-to-1 ratio of estrogen to testosterone. You see what I'm saying? So you can raise the estrogen level because everything is a ratio by just dropping the other one, right? Same thing with sodium, potassium, right? You can get extra high sodium level without sodium. If you just drop the potassium level, you know what I'm saying? Like everything in your body has that kind of dynamic where depending on where we're talking about in the body, you know, it might be different, you know, so some places is copper and zinc, some places copper and iron, you know, the muscles, calcium and magnesium, you know what I'm saying? But some places it might be, you know, that might change up, you know what I'm saying? But there's always, or usually there's always that binary, even with the receptors, right? Down-regulate estrogen, up-regulate estrogen, right? So all these things just affects this one aspect, right? Just this one aspect. And it's just one aspect. This is not by no means the full picture of fibroids. We just right here, we just focused on all of these things. We're just looking at the relationship of estrogen to vitamin D, demonstrating that estrogen is a symptom of low vitamin D, low sun exposure, poor diet, lack of exercise, right? So then now you have this, you can reverse engineer all these things and check them out, right? You can reverse engineer all these different things and check them out. right? So now you can go, okay, well, we can search exercise, estrogen metabolism, and you'll see, oh, well, wait a minute. So if I exercise more by itself, I'll be metabolizing estrogen, right? And notice, with the exception of the fact that we have vitamin D on the website, none of this is anything that I have to sell you, right? And even with the vitamin D3, it's on the website, right? Hint, hint, wink, wink, AmericanHealer.website. It's on the website. But we're talking about sun exposure, because we have the best quality vitamin D3, vegan vitamin D3 that you can find. But that ain't this. It don't matter what you got that's in the pill form. It's never going to be your body's natural production. It's never going to be that. That's always going to be the best form of vitamin D3, the type that's formed inside your body, right? But we can check these things out. Let me show you, just so we know, for shits and giggles. Well, not for shits and giggles, but just so you can see how to extrapolate more information from this and get you some validation. Can exercise lower estrogen? Right? And we don't even got to go far. And see, again, what you see right there already, like I was saying, we need to use this as an example for other types of cancer. We searching this. Can exercise help metabolize estrogen? Because this is a big problem right here, right? Exercise is free. Exercise is free, but now if you go to the gym, you do know you're going to probably contact herpes in the gym. I'm just... Oh, my bad. My name is Minister Enqi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Burst Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. Good. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Right? So we go here, and then we got the National Library of Medicine. We got the Cancer Center, right? 3 hours of moderate exercise per week, significantly reduce circulating estrogen, right? So now, with our original protocol that I taught people back in the days, right? The exercise was focused on lower body, lower body, legs. So now in your mind, you go, oh yeah, that's pretty much what Enqi says almost for every illness. Right? But the reason is, A, legs are the most overlooked part of exercise. That's number one, right? But B, legs is the most important part of your body to exercise. So that's the craziest part. Not only is it the most overlooked, but it's the most important, right? All of the benefits, think about it like this. All the benefits you get from exercise comes from doing like this to your muscle tissues, right? Like an accordion, because muscle tissues only do two things, right? Contract and relax. When they relax, they expand, right? So it's expanding, contracting, expanding, contracting. Now, when your muscle is doing like this, expanding and contracting, it's pumping blood in and out, in and out. It's like turning that specific muscle group into a temporary heart, right? It's pumping blood in and out, in and out, in and out. Now, as you moving blood in and out of the muscle, this happens with every muscle. As you pumping blood in and out of the muscle, more blood comes in than goes out. Because the work that the muscle's doing, it requires more oxygen because it's breaking down what? More sugar, more metabolism. So this is where we get to T3, T4, right? You need more T3, T4 because you need more ATP production. You need more creatine to keep recycling the ATP and the T3, which is why bodybuilders at the bottom of the end, they go, yeah, let's just add the creatine. Creatine's going to help all the other stuff, right? But also, as you're doing this and this, it's like a hand puppet, right? You sticking your hand in the puppet, making the puppet talk. When you do like this to your muscles, you hand puppet in that muscle. That muscle's going to start talking. And what's the cellular language? Cytokines. What is the specific category for muscle tissue? Myokines. So now that you're doing like this, right? That muscle talking. That muscle is sending out myokines, right? To communicate with the other tissues, and it's telling your body, hey, let's break down these goofballs here. They in the way. Right? Because this works with this crew here. So muscle cells is the ops to this whole little crew right here. Right? This crew here belongs to, so you got to see how the body, for me, the body is a living place and all the cells is living people and different gangs banging on each other and all kind of shit like that. That's how I see the inside of my body. That's how I'm able to continue to study it. It's always action-packed. You know what I'm saying? What's going on in your body is more action-packed than the best season of Power or whatever. Like, it's crazy in there. But so you got the adipocytes versus the myocytes, right? Myocytes are muscle cells. Adipocytes are fat cells. Myocytes have a whole bunch of hormones and molecules and all that pumps them up. Like Trump versus Kamala, you know what I'm saying? The Democrats got their whole little crew that's behind them saying, go, go, go. The Republicans got their whole little crew like, go, go, go. So you just got to figure out what team you on. You got to support, right? And you don't want to think that you supporting this team, but really you supporting another team, right? That's what we do. A lot of time we think we supporting our health, but we not. We're really not. You know what I'm saying? So this is all the ops. So when you promote the muscle cells are going to start to produce, like, I give you an example. The muscle cells has something called adiponectin, right? And when they start producing the adiponectin helps to metabolize and break all this down. All this is breaking down. But guess what? The fat cells got something that they got that fights the adiponectin called resistin. The resistin, right? So you pull out, so the muscle cells start shooting at them. They turn around, they shooting back like it's going crazy out there. So, you know, you gotta jump in there. You know what I'm saying? So exercise helps that. And your largest muscle groups is in your lower body, right? Your largest muscle groups is in the body. So if you want to produce the most healthy compounds from your muscles, you got to use the largest muscle groups. That's going to be your butt cheeks. It's going to be your butt cheeks, right? The maximus, the minius, medius, you know what I'm saying? The butt cheeks, you know, even people with tiny butt cheeks, don't worry. Don't worry about that. It's still the same, right? Butt cheeks is still #1 muscle group, most important. Then you got your quads, the hammies, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you got a whole bunch of little muscles in your feet that's super important, right? So all that stuff got to work out for health purposes. Forget about how you look and six pack and all this and all that. For health purposes, you got to get them jokers pumping blood, and you got to get them talking. You got to get those muscle cells talking. The louder they talk, the better you're going to be, right? Because think about it. We're talking about fibroids. Fibroid is literally cancer of the muscle tissue. Fibroids is cancer of the muscle tissue. These are muscle cells that's turning into fibroids, right? These are muscle cells inside the uterus, right? So exercise, right? Bam. So we looked at that, and that's everywhere. Once we see that, oh, exercise, yeah, that's all over the place to help with the with the estrogen, right? Let me fix this mic, bring this mic over. What else we got back there? Right? We ain't even gotta go crazy. Oh, we could look at exercise, cortisol. Like, I don't even think we got to do that, but you know, I'm doing it just because we don't know. Somebody might be watching these videos with us for the first time. They might not have the Declaration of Independence book. See, all this stuff, look, this is why the Declaration of Independence book is important. Look at that. They're like, Enqi, you don't have a Declaration of Independence book. Why the hell don't I? I don't see the name of that book. Look at that. The Electrician's Declaration of Independence. And what is this one? The Electrician Manual Constitution. Yeah. See? We got to have these, right? So the Constitution is the food chemistry book, because the food chemistry is how you let's do this real quick. Let's just type in Constitution definition. You see that? A body of fundamental principles or established precedents according to which a state or other organization is acknowledged to be governed, right? The basic written set of principles, blah, 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 the 27 amendments. So this is our physical, like this is the law constitution most people are familiar with, right? But look at this. Look at number 3, the third definition. What does that say right there? A person's physical state with regard to vitality, health, and strength. And then look at this definition down here, or an example, right? Here it goes. Pregnancy had weakened her constitution. And then we take it a step further because it also applies to the mental state, right? A person's mental or psychological makeup, right? The individual's constitution is commonly described as his nature, right? So, of course, we got to have a constitution book. The rules, laws that governs the organization of our constitution, physically and mentally. Ta-da, right? And then we got to have, along the goals with that, the Declaration of Independence, which is based on exercise, right? And not exercise for getting the six-pack and all this and all that, but learning that exercise controls and regulates the hormones. It controls and regulates the, the peptides and the instruction-based or information-based amino acid chains, right? Because we familiar with protein, pigment, hormone, but we got a whole bunch of smaller chains of amino acids that are information driven, that are just, you know, peptides or whatever the case may be. But there's that. And then the production of those things, the production of your hormones and all of those things are based on your DNA, right? Translation, right? Quieting the DNA, right? Some things you don't want. You want the DNA to stop producing some stuff, right? So now you're talking about methylation, methyl groups to silence transcription and translation, right? Or maybe you got some viruses, infections circulating. So you want to try to use methyl groups to silence the transcription and translation of those viruses. Hint, hint, wink, wink. That's an insane jewel right there. You niggas just, did anybody hit the Cash App? Just, if you didn't hit the Cash App or the book, I'm going to just, no, just kidding. I know you will when you can, right? But so that's what these books is about. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have a Declaration of Independence, because this is a textbook on how exercise affects the body at those other levels. You know what I'm saying? Because as a personal trainer, I know a bazillion personal trainers that look better than I do. And in terms of exercising, forget about it, right? But if I was to act like they know exercise is better than me, they got bigger, you know, muscles and all this. But if I ask them, what is the push-up actually doing? Like biochemistry wise, when you do a push-up, what happens on the inside of your body? 9.9 out of 10. In fact, all of them. I don't know any of them that'll be able to answer that except for one of my personal friends, and that nigga's a Hall of Fame personal trainer. So outside of him, and he's not common, he's literally in the Hall of Fame for a reason, niggas will not be able to answer that question. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, we need to empower the personal trainers, because these guys, they don't even know it yet, but the personal trainers are the doctors of the future. Yeah, because you control those muscles, you control the tissue, because guess what? The skeletal muscle is going to be attached to the fascia. Fascia is going to be attached to the fat. On the other side of fat is going to be another level of fascia. And then on the other side of that fascia is going to be your organs. So when you work a specific skeletal muscle group, you not only work the fascia that's attached to it, but then you exercise the organs, which is the reason why the push-up does what? Give you a 96% reduction of cardiovascular disease. How does it do that? Because you're working here. And so it's doing what? It's attaching to those fascia, to the fat that's under, and to the fascia that's under that, and then to the organs that's under there. So when you work the chest, what are you working? The heart and the lungs. Yeah. The heart, the lungs, and the master secret, the aorta, right? You're working the aorta, the heart, and the lungs with the push-up. And the heart, the lungs, and the aorta is your cardiovascular system. Literally, there's nothing else in the cardiovascular system but those three things. All three of those things you work with a push-up. Right? So there's that. Respectfully, that's because, you know, some places say 8, some places say 9, so it could be rough. And then we in a time period where it's changing. You know what I'm saying? Because the old textbooks, they didn't know about selenium. You know what I'm saying? And now selenium is presenting a host of new. So depending on where you at, like I remember introducing selenium-based proteins to the community, I literally did this on the Urban Kryptonite tour, right? And when I did it, it was so well explained, and everybody that was with us had so much respect for me, even as a young buck at the time, right? Because I'm a young buck to the elders. Now I'm the elder. Now I'm the crazy old guy that's cussing folks out. You know what I'm saying? But at the time, I'm the young guy that's annoying the hell out of the old guys getting cussed out. Right? So everybody that was on the Urban Kryptonite tour, they respected my gun. You know what I'm saying? They respected my gun enough that even though they didn't know what the hell I was talking about, because I'm in there talking about some outer space shit. They used to talk in that herbs, melanin, and drink water and get sunlight shit. I'm in there talking about plasma levels, mitochondria, and this and that. And they like, oh yeah, well, you know, the 20 amino acids, and 8 of which are essential, and blah blah. This the old school. And I'm like, well, you didn't add selenium on there. Hold on. Selenium is a mineral. You see, this is why the young folks gotta, they try to, I'm like, these niggas don't stay in the studio long. But they was quiet, everybody except Dr. Africa. Dr. Africa was livid. He was like, no, you can't teach this. And he went the fuck off on me. You know what I'm saying? But later on, he had to, I ain't gonna say kiss the pinky ring, but he had to acknowledge that, he was like, damn, you was Dr. Enqi's all right. No, Minister Enqi. I wasn't a doctor yet. You know what I'm saying? Minister Enqi's all right. Minister Enqi's all right. You know what I'm saying? But at the time, it was only selenocysteine. It was only selenocysteine. Now that's grown as they're learning more about the selenium interactions with amino acids and how those form into proteins and enzymes and all this other kind of stuff. So as of right now, they done added on a few for selenium-based amino acid stuff. And, for me, I've already began to translate the way I see amino acids. You know what I'm saying? Because technically, the longer we study them, they all seem to be essential. Even though I get the traditional way of viewing them, like your body can make some and others you have to get from the diet. But I'm like, no, technically your body can't make any out of nothing. So there is a point where malnutrition can set in, and even those things that your body can create, it cannot create because it doesn't have the raw material. So, the older standard of health was just being able to stay alive. So it looked at, you need this and this to stay alive. But now the way, especially when I look at your icon, right? Look at this icon. You already know what he on. Look at this nigga here, right? Surviving is not enough for him. And I don't think surviving should be enough for anybody. Everybody should be trying to thrive and hit their fullest potential. But his icon tells me that whole story. I already know he's at thrive level, right? He's at thrive level. And because he's here, that means technically he probably knows a zillion times more than the average personal trainer. You know what I'm saying? That's a certified fact. And he probably knows some shit I don't know. Look at this guy here. Yeah, he looks amazing. Yeah, shout out to my man with the 6-pack. Fueled by plants. So that means that however he done created that body, I don't know how he did it, but I know it's not the traditional way, because you don't get to look like this off of plants based on the traditional program, because they said that's impossible. You don't build muscle on plants. You don't build muscle on plants. That's crazy. All right. Well, you don't get rid of fibroids on plants either, apparently, but clearly. nigga, apparently some interesting stuff about plants that people don't know, right? So, no, the brother's 1,000% correct, but that's what we're here to do. You know what I'm saying? We got to educate everybody else. We got to get this. So we got to update everybody's software. We got to update everybody's software. You know what I'm saying? So, so we looked at. Oh, let's look at this. Let's just get some receipts. Let's just run through. Let's just get some receipts real quick, so we make sure we talking that talk. So, high blood. Y'all can see what I'm typing. Yep. Okay. High blood sugar versus estrogen. Oh, protects. The takeaway from this is that proper levels of estrogen and progesterone, the proper levels. Insulin, the hormone that controls blood sugar, is to sex hormones like estrogen and testosterone. High insulin levels can tell the ovaries to do what? High insulin levels can tell the ovaries to make more testosterone. This can cause facial hair and acne. Okay, now hold on. Damn, see, because these things are getting a little bit less surface level information, it's opening up other doorways to other things, right? So, and I wasn't planning on going into this today. So some stuff, it might look like I'm avoiding, but I'm not. I'm saving it for another day. One of the things that's unexplainable about fibroids is how the muscle cells grow hair in the first place, because usually the development of the muscle cell into a fibroid starts with hair growing in that muscle cell. So one of the things about stopping fibroids is accounting for what causes the hair to grow in the muscle cell in the first place. There's not supposed to be any hair growing in these muscle cells, right? So we got to account for that, but that's for another day. But stuff is popping up as we go through and look for some stuff. Other stuff is popping up that, you know, is forcing my hand to discuss some stuff. You know. Anyway. Oh, man, appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Oh, see, hold on. Now, this nigga Thanos, bro, Thanos be on fire. See, now Thanos done got us back over to this list again. Thanos done put us back in the trick bag. So now we got to go back over here. Can y'all see what Thanos is talking about? So Thanos is going back to the dust bowls, the bad soil, and then when they came with the fertilizer and the pesticide, you know, they start just growing the plants on the bare minimum. So old school, let's go with old school. Let me explain this, and maybe I never explained this before. Well, I know I did, but most times I probably didn't mention it, right? So maybe it'd be, so the old school way, husbandry, right? Husbandry, the old school way of farming, right? And this is the thing that the slaves knew, that when the slaves was released in 1865 off the plantations, the white folks, they didn't know how to do this, right? The slaves took this knowledge with them, and as the slaves developed a PTSD to field work, they never want to do field work again. And then the children, the first 2-3 generations of children from these newly released slaves, well, they got all the information they could from their parents, except how to grow shit. You ain't, we don't want to know nothing about growing nothing. They literally whooped us into like being allergic to that. Like, we, no, I'll learn anything, but you ain't teaching me how to grow nothing. Because the moment I know how to grow shit, they might put me back on plantation, right? So, but the natural way of growing stuff was like composting. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's even deeper stuff within the science of composting, but the point is, when you're composting and you're using plants and food and certain things to fertilize the soil, even, you know, some farm they put animals and all kind of stuff to fertilize. Like when the soil is self-fertilizing, right? Self-fertilizing, like even forget about farms. Self-fertilizing soil, right? Where wild plants grow, right? The soil is being fertilized from the plants, the animals, the poop, the urine, the rainwater, the runoff from the rocks and things like that. All those things is fertilizing the soil, right? So the soil has all kind of 1, 2, 3. What's the 1, 2, 3? Bacteria, viruses, and funguses. So you got a super diverse amount of the 1, 2, 3 in the soil, and you got every type of mineral and protein and all kind of everything going back into that soil. Everything is in that soil. So anything that grows out of that soil also has everything in it. Now, when you take a plot of land and you take dead soil that's not fertile, and you starting kind of from scratch, right? You don't have animals and stuff like that in your stuff. You don't have a lot of piss, urine, you know, sweat, blood, poop, you know, you don't have, you know. So they did it in the laboratory way. It was just like, okay, potassium, phosphorus, nitrogen. All right, good, we good. Whoop, this does it. It's commerce, right? Commerce is where I spend as least as amount of money and time as possible to make a product that I could get the most amount of money back for, right? And the better I get at putting just a little bit of investment in and getting a lot of money back on it, I'm considered to be a better businessman. Only problem is business practices run counter to life practices, right? So it's something that's supposed to nourish your body. You need everything in there. You know what I'm saying? So no, if you do not utilize supplements, that in and of itself can be problematic. You know what I'm saying? Because the supplements is the only way to make sure you got all the stuff you need to have. Even if you eating grass all day, you still need to have supplementation. You still got to have some supplementation. So definitely, yeah, definitely. Wait, where is that at? Oh, here we go. My bad. Definitely, yeah, you're not getting the manganese. And manganese is black magnesium. So manganese and magnesium is twin brothers. Just in case, that's just some trivia. That's just some trivia. They was discovered together. The magnesium is the white one. The manganese is the black one. Yeah. But then selenium and then zinc. Now remember, zinc, if you got the Let There Be Music book, zinc is the master regarding two things, fertility and immunity. All right. Zinc is the fertility and immunity god. Right? Period. Right? Now that's PCOS. That's different than fibroids. Is it possible? I would say, I mean, I guess so. Almost everything is possible. And to be honest, PCOS in the past has been more attached to high levels of androgens. New research is showing that PCOS is more associated with high level of insulins, right? Oh, that's a word, insulins. That's crazy right there. Insulins. Blood clot. Hold up, man. I got to do my Enqi thing real quick. What in the blood clot this is? That's crazy. That's interesting. I'll be looking up random words sometime to see if I can find something more. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes I find something that's crazy. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes I find some stuff that's crazy. Wow. Oh, shit. That's funny. That is crazy. Insolent is different. That is interesting. Insolence is excess or immoderation. Wow. So our insulin and insolence, how can I put them together in a sentence? Insolence and insulin. Yeah. Once you become insolent with your insulin. Oh shit. So I would say definitely it's possible to have PCOS with normal testosterone levels because the person might have high insulin levels. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Let's look around. Let's do this real quick. Let's just look at that real quick. Let's just type those in. You see that? So that's just sitting. That's just low hanging fruit. Yeah, that's low hanging fruit. So that's but old school. You know what I'm saying? So you have to know both to really approach it. To really approach it, you got to know both. You got to know the old school, high androgen levels. Then you got to know new school, it's high insulin levels. And the same thing is true of this program, but we could do the opposite one if we was doing PCOS, right? So testosterone would be here, right? And we'd be talking about insulin causing high levels of testosterone, which is, again, remember when we was talking about cancer in general, we talk about mTOR activity, and what we talk about IGF-1, right? Insulin-like growth factor. IGF-1 is insulin-like growth factor. It's one of the insulin family members, right? So people boost up their mTOR purposely to get their, that's one of the steroids that athletes can sneak and use that they can't detect. So a lot of athletes use insulin. They shoot insulin, not diabetic athletes. Non-diabetic athletes shoot insulin because that's a safe steroid. You cannot test the athlete and find high insulin levels. All you're going to do is say that this guy got pre-diabetes or diabetes. That's all it's going to look like. But really, this is a healthy athlete that's shooting insulin so he could get bigger, stronger, and faster. Yeah. Insulin is the super sneakiest steroid that an athlete can use. Yeah. I mean, there might be some slick, super high tech ways of seeing if they shooting insulin, but for the most part, high level insulin, especially if it's a black athlete, that's just going to look like they're going to say, oh yeah, you black. So you got So niggas done found a way to take advantage of the stereotype. Right? You're like, yeah, well, I might as well. But the problem is with that, as soon as they stop that sport, whether they doing track and field, football, basketball, whatever, as soon as they stop that sport, they for sure gonna have diabetes and all kind of other shit. You know what I'm saying? But they will get some acceleration because insulin and the insulin family, right? When you get high insulin, you're gonna have high IGF-1 levels, and then it gets crazy from there. In fact, we could type that in right here and just see. Let's type in mTOR versus fibroids. And look at this right here. And we got to go to the Middle East to find this in the scientific journal. Look at that. Boop. You see that right there? Right? So once we start pulling this apart, it's all kind of stuff that we can grab just from this. Just from this, what we put together here, we could start to extrapolate all kinds of other stuff, right? Where are we looking at the mTOR? Well, we're looking at the mTOR over here with the kidney health and the diabetes health, right? Because we know diabetes affected by what we're eating, right? We know excess protein, whether it's animal or plant, gets turned into sugar. And we know that sugar is going to boost that insulin level, right? So we're here with that. In the kidneys in the diabetes space and in the fat space, right? Right? So it depends on what you're eating. If you're eating branched chain amino acids, you know, or high amount of branched chain amino acids, you run the risk of boosting up that mTOR, and then, you know,
Myron! What? What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Man, nobody reading no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Enqi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Enqi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I was hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggy-on. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. You're animals to the shit. Animal, baby.
The holy books.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
All right. All right, so hold on. Where was we at? Okay, so we was here on the mTOR, right? I think that's where we was at, right? And then we could do this. All right. So we can go here and we see circulating IGF-1 and hyperinsulinemia would be associated with increased development of fibroids. Right? When we look around, IGF-1 and VEGF play important roles in the growth of fibroids. Right? Let me go over here. In vivo and in vitro studies have suggested IGF-1 is an important factor in the growth process of fibroids, right? So, right? So there's a whole bunch of different, there's a plethora of different directions to go in, right? In terms of what we need to know. Nah, this is good. This is good. This is good because all of this kind of stuff really is because here's the thing, right? And I'm gonna tell you why it's related, right? Because PCOS is kind of like the opposite of fibroids, right? So if, say for instance, maybe a sister's so worried about this, or she gets into such a groove with, with the fibroids, if she doesn't understand where balance is and she just goes, crazy with this, she can go all the way over the other side of balance and then go into the PCOS space. Or a sister could be running from PCOS and run so far away from the PCOS that she runs all the way over into the fibroid space, right? So that's the key thing to remember with health, is that health is balance. Balance. Everything got to balance against something else. Everything has to balance against something else. Men have estrogen and testosterone, right? The major difference between our estrogen and testosterone than women is just a different ratio. It's just a different ratio. We have a much higher ratio of testosterone, right? But women have testosterone, and a part of them not having testosterone contributes. So low testosterone contributes to women getting fibroids. High testosterone contributes to women getting PCOS, right? Because they need balance. They need to be right in that sweet spot. You know what I'm saying? They got to find that sweet spot and stay in that sweet spot. And if you come out of the sweet spot, here's the thing, because some lifestyles now, some career choices, we need to talk about this, right? Some career choices require us to come out of the sweet spot. So as a woman, if you are competing in athletics, you might have to come out of the sweet spot. You're probably going to have to go into you're going to have to pump up that testosterone a little bit. past what naturally should be good for you, right? But you love your sport, you dedicated to your sport. And so guess what? I know that it's tomorrow, right? And we talk about the voting, but guess what? This is going to translate into more disease for women if Kamala gets elected. He's like, Dr. Enqi, what the hell are you talking about? That is pure propaganda. No, it's not. I'm going to tell you why. Because Trump is pro sexual gender stuff bleeding into sports. Kamala and them is pro gender in the sport. And what I mean is Kamala and them is pro birth males competing in female sports, right? The problem with that is, because I am not going to say that people that identify as women are not women now. We just got to, but the thing is, it doesn't matter what you identify as, your hormone levels still may be comparable to men. And if you're competing in a women's sport and you got this muscle development and hormone levels of a man, in order for women to then continue to be competitive in those sports, you're going to have to step it way up and go outside of your natural dynamic to compete in that space. So if natural women have to compete with transgender women, the transgender women will dominate those sports, period. In order for a natural woman to compete, she's going to have to come way outside of her natural paradigm, hormone-wise. You know what I'm saying? At least for sports where strength and speed are important, right? So if strength and speed are important in the sport, then maybe not so much. You know what I'm saying? But if strength and speed is important, that's going to be a factor. And you're either going to have to be satisfied with never winning, or in order to be competitive, you're going to have to boost your hormone levels up. And once you boost them hormone levels up, you going down polycystic road or fibroid road. You know what I'm saying? Neither one of those is happy, fertile mom road, right? So you in essence would be trading that off. And for me, my job as a teacher, I settled a long time with not trying to influence a person to do one or the other. It's to understand that we all have one life to live, make whatever decision you can live with and be happy with that, but just make it an informed decision. So if you competing in one of these sports and you augmenting, you taking steroids, or you eating a certain way to boost your hormones or whatever the case may be, if problems come later, know you signed up for that. Just like I was saying with the guys with the rap. Rap means criminal indictment, nigga. You signed up to be a rapper, you signed up to be involved in some other shit. Now, if you didn't understand the contract you were signing, that's on you. That's the devil in the details. That's why they say the devil's in the details, right? So if you messing with your hormones, just know there's a trade-off that you may be potentially making. And hopefully your sport, your art form, your job, whatever you're making that sacrifice for, hopefully you understand what the sacrifice is and you feel like it's worth it. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like it's problematic when people make certain sacrifices or changes to their, to their natural state of being, and they're reinforced by professionals that's supposed to know better, and they go, "Oh, nah, you good. You're gonna be good. Don't worry about that. Yeah, that's yeah, you good. Don't worry about that. It's not gonna have any lasting effect." Like, what? Yeah, anytime you mess with your hormones, it's gonna have some lasting effects. Anytime you mess with your metabolism, it's gonna have some lasting effects, right? That's just point blank, period. Because everything in your body is a domino effect. And if one domino is off, all of the dominoes that's supposed to fall behind that are going to be off, right? And you can affect stuff in your body by defecting directly a thing or the timing of a thing's cycle. You can mess with your estrogen levels by messing with the production or the metabolism of it, or the timing of it, because everybody and everything inside your body got a time cycle, right? And if you speed that up, it could be problematic. If you slow that down, it could be problematic, right? So you just want to know in advance what kind of stuff you're getting into, right? What else do we got? What else do we need to validate or invalidate? Right? What else do we need to validate or invalidate? At least for the day. Right? Oh, maybe this thing here. Let's just look at this thing right here real quick. Let's see what good old googly. What can we do over here? Estrogen versus stress. Oh, look at this right here. People also ask, does high cortisol cause estrogen dominance? Having a high percentage of body fat can lead to high estrogen levels. Stress. Your body produces the hormone cortisol in response to stress. Producing high levels of cortisol in response to stress can deplete your body's ability to produce progesterone. The estrogen in your body is left unchecked by progesterone, right? So again, that's a way that inadvertently cortisol will cause the estrogen to go crazy. It's a backdoor route, right? Okay, that's fight or flight. We know that. Or we should know that anyway. The current study shows that estrogen administration leads to elevated cortisol. Okay, now this is another part of the conversation. Oh, look, I was just about to say this, and here it goes next. HRT. So HRT is something else. We'll discuss HRT in coming conversations, but HRT is a thing. Right. So that's something also that women dealing with menopause have to deal with, because they got to make the decision. Hey, should we get HRT, hormone replacement treatment? And it's like, yeah, why you want to get HRT? Oh, well, my menopause symptoms. Yeah, but okay, besides your menopause symptoms, why do you want to get HRT? Right? If you don't have a good answer to that question, chances are you may not want to get HRT, because HRT may take away one set of uncomfortable symptoms and create a whole different set. Yeah, HRT can cause a whole bunch of stuff going on. Should women stay away from testosterone shots? In general, but like I was saying earlier, it's whatever you got going on in your life. You know what I'm saying? Because, hey, maybe you in position as a woman, right? Here's the thing, right? Now, who the hell am I? Nigga on the internet with gold teeth. Who am I, right, to just blanketly make a statement like that? Because think about this, right? There's a difference between John Q. Public and maybe there's a woman right now that's in college, right? And maybe she's got the potential to be an Olympic gold medalist, or she can get a $50 million contract from the WNBA, and maybe she may have to do something strange for a piece of change. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, she might need a shot or two to get her over the hump, or like, she might be, one little cheat away from getting, being the next superstar. Right. So do I want to prevent her from being the next gold medalist or bronze medalist or next superstar? No, I don't want her to be able to say, you know, I almost signed a $100 million contract, but then I was watching this guy on the internet. His name is Dr. Enqi. So now, you know, I work in Walmart. So, you know, like, no. You know, what I'm saying is I just want people's eyes to be open. Right? So if you find yourself in that space where some hormone treatments or whatever might be the thing to propel you to whatever, whoop, hey, I'm not going to stand in the way of your dream. I just want you to have a complete dream. I don't want somebody to be able to sell you a dream at half price. You know what I'm saying? That's what my pops used to tell me, to be on the lookout for niggas selling dreams at half price. So I just want you to know the full price of that dream. You know what I'm saying? Now, if that dream involves you having a few of them shots, just know potentially, right? Because it may not happen. You may be fine, right? But potentially you could, you know, have some fertility issues. You could develop some tumors or some cysts. Like, you could have some other issues. You know what I'm saying? You could have some other issues. So it's just a matter of making sure that dream is that important. You know what I'm saying? So as people are doing superficial things to their body and taking hormones and stuff like that just to change their look one way or another, you know, that comes with issues. Like a lot of people in the transgendered stuff, slowly but surely, as transgender people get more comfortable, I'm starting to get more and more questions from that community about health stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I can recognize the fear, you know, gay folks, transgender folks, they listen to Dr. Enqi, they're like, oh, I don't want Enqi putting me on blast over there and, you know, whatever. But they having health problems. They having a lot of health problems. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to say stop doing that, but you just got to know when you start to doing stuff, there's, you know, especially the first few people that, and in this type of thing, I would say generations, because I don't know how long it's going to take science to perfect that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I do know everything takes a while to perfect. And the further they are away from perfection, the more, you know, problems can arise. So there's definitely some health stuff with taking any type of hormone synthetic, whether that's catabolic hormones or female hormones or you know, anabolic hormones or male hormones, right? You can definitely run a risk of some stuff. And you just need to know that, whatever that risk is associated, whatever those changes are. And then the beauty is, once you learn the risk associated, you can now put some, like if you decide, listen, and this is my lifestyle, I'm about to be the next female Cheryl Swoops or the Jordan or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or a female boxer, Layla Ali, I don't know, right? And I'm going to need me a little, you know, hey, well, here's the things that you got to watch out for. And so once you know what you got to watch out for, you now can start to minimize the risk associated with whatever you're doing, right? So if you know elevated estrogen levels could lead to fibroids, then you know if you're going to mess with your estrogen, right? If you're going to start taking estrogen shots or, you know, eating foods to boost your estrogen or whatever the case may be for business or lifestyle or personal, whatever, well, then you need to know you need to be boosting your vitamin D level along with that estrogen level. You need to be boosting your sun exposure with that estrogen level. You need to be cutting down your excess body fat, right? So you need to be somewhere, you know, I would say for a woman, you need to be sub, I don't know, maybe 20%. You know, you need to be below 20% maybe, you know, in terms of body fat, you know, just to try to limit as much as possible from, you know, if you're a guy, I would say you need to be sub 15% body fat, right? So body fat's a risk factor for, issues. Hopefully you get what I'm saying. So I'm not saying don't use the extra estrogen shots to do whatever your life dictates, but know the risk factors and then know how to mediate, right? We want to stay prayed up. Oh, we talk about that in the book too. Prayer, the power of prayer. Prayer is one of the number one things that our ancestors passed us down to deal with stress. Yeah, you need to be praying. You need to pray. We need to stay prayed up. Prayer is an amazing, amazing, amazing thing at having lower cholesterol levels. These are only facts, right? But then our exercise, right? So we messing around. We want to stay prayed up, get our vitamin D levels, get our fat levels down. We want to make sure we're doing our blood sugar. Like, you want to almost do it like a bodybuilder, right? You can learn a lot from professional bodybuilders, right? Professional bodybuilders use steroids. That's no longer a secret. They are open about using steroids, right? But what do professional bodybuilders do, right? They take blood tests regularly. Bodybuilders take blood tests regularly so that the first sign that anything gets weird, they can start making changes. Whether they got to go, cut down on the synthetic stuff or woo. Usually the guys that you see dying or having heart attacks and all that kind of stuff from using steroids are the guys that are doing it on their own. You know what I'm saying? They're not in a professional business. They just posing on the internet or, whatever for likes, and they make their money by, like that. They don't really know what's going on in their body. They can only go by what they see in the mirror and how they feel. You know what I'm saying? PRs, I'm just a new PR, you know what I'm saying? Like, they on that. But that new PR might come with, you might have lost 40-50% of your liver function. you PR to death, literally. You did PR yourself to death. You know what I'm saying? So understanding allows you to cut some of the risks as side effects and all that stuff down quite a bit. You know what I'm saying? And that's the real thing. Because again, we only got one life. So my thing, like, even when I started my personal health journey as a kid, I was drinking, smoking, wilding. You know what I'm saying? But my uncles taught me, you're supposed to have vitamins. So we go to the store, we getting blunts. That's the only thing that existed back in the days. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. It's only Philly blunts, Dutch Masters, and White House. That was it, right? Philly blunts, White House, Dutch Masters. So we getting blunts, we getting beers, all liquor, all kind of, the worst of the worst, right? But along with that, though, I got vitamins with my stuff. Yeah, because they used to have them in the store, in the corner stores in New York. I don't know about the rest of the places, but they used to have like $1 packs of vitamins, and they'll have like a $1 pack of mixed herbs. And the herbs was super low quality, but they was herbs nonetheless. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like an echinacea mixed with yohimbe and, golden seal or, some. But hey, low level or not, I was having me some daily. Every time I went to the store to get some stupid, some ratchet, some crazy stuff, they get, yeah, ooh. And my people would be arguing with me the whole time. That's why now some of my guys from the neighborhood, they'd be like, yo, I remember, yo, he was always on that. This ain't new for him. He was always like that. You know what I'm saying? Period. When we couldn't even understand what he was talking about, he was on that. He'd have a Chinese food, the beer, the blunt, all that. This nigga still got a pack of vitamins and herbs, and we can't even figure out what is he doing. Why does he even have that? I didn't even really fully understood why I had it at the time. I just had older folks around me and say, hey, you're going to have some of that there. So now when I look back, I only have, listen to this, I only have those days of buying those packs of vitamins and herbs as the reason that I'm still alive and my best friend is dead. My heart stopped. You could look up ictoastole. I had a seizure so bad my heart stopped. But eventually, you know, boop, 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 boop. That's why I always put that heartbeat music behind it, because that's a serious thing for me, right? But guess what? My best friend, he had a heart attack. His heart stopped. He's dead. He didn't get a second shot. And me and him did everything the same. If we couldn't afford to have our own beer, we shared one. If we couldn't afford to get lunch, we split it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it was. So everything I had, he had. Everything he had, I had. You know what I'm saying? For years, it was like that. You know what I'm saying? So the only difference I could say is that was the difference. Everything except for those vitamins and herbs. Everybody thought that was funny. So not only did I have to be strong enough to be the one, you know, everybody's going to the left, I'm going to the right, but I also had to deal with the ridicule because everybody had jokes. Yo, this nigga think he healthy. Yo, he think he Popeye with his spinach. He think all kind of jokes. You know what I'm saying? But now it translates into that same kid from the neighborhood done helped thousands of people with thousands of stuff. Because this is one group, like, you know, when we talking about the fibroids, this is just somebody that Coach Jesse is just somebody that learned about the fibroids from somebody I taught about the fibroids. But I done taught people about a whole bunch of stuff. So they running around saving lives or whatever with the fibroids or making new lives, because people in there don't really die from fibroids like that. But it will cause you to be infertile. So it'll stop you from bringing new life. So we done, you know, healed up a bunch of folks and gave birth, you know, thousands of babies and families and all that. But that's just one group of people that taught one thing. You know what I'm saying? I done learned a whole bunch of stuff and taught people about a bunch of stuff. That ain't counting diabetics and this one and that one and cancer folks and all kinds of everything. You know what I'm saying? Because technically these fibroid people is cancer people. So, hey, Enqi, you know how to reverse cancer? You want me to show you this fibroid shit again? Right? But other cancers are much more difficult because of the cell type that they may affect. Right? So if you got a cancer that affects a mobile cell type, well, then damn near it's almost already at metastasis as soon as it started. Whereas if you have a cancer that affects a cell type that never moves, right? Chances of metastasis is almost non-existent, right? Because they tell you if you got fibroids, the chances of this becoming metastasis and traveling is like 1% or less, right? But if you got cancer in a group of white blood cells, oh, you got a high chance of metastasis. And so if you don't get on top of that cancer quick, it can be trouble, right? It can be trouble. You do. You learn a lot about life in New York City. Well, at least at the time that we grew up. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot safer. It's a lot safer place. You know what I'm saying? And the danger is where you learn from. The poverty, you know what I'm saying? Not having. You know what I'm saying? You learn a lot about tap water when you drink out of the fire hydrant all the time. In real time, right? You learn that, hey, tap water is incredibly dangerous in terms of, you know, what type of chemicals could be in there. But on the flip side, tap water could be amazingly healthy for your immune system. Yeah. Yeah, tap water could be like a self-administered vaccine. Right? Especially if you're drinking out the fire hydrant. Dogs pee on the fire hydrant and all that. We think of that now as kids. We didn't think of that. We was popping that fire hydrant open. We couldn't wait to drink out that fire hydrant and jump in it, get cooled down, all that. What? We used to live in the fire hydrant. Now think back like, man, the dogs was peeing in the fire hydrant and then we was drinking it. What kind of shit? But guess what? That microbiome was on fleek. That microbiome was on 100,000 trillion. Yeah. So we wasn't getting no colds, no infections, nothing. And I attribute that to life coming out of the fire hydrant. Period. Life out of the fire hydrant. That microbiome be like, for real. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's a different world. There's no more fire hydrants like that. You know what I'm saying? Fire department come, police is locking folks up for fire hydrants. Right? So, yeah, I think we covered a good bit for today. 4.5 hours, probably 3 hours focused on fibroids, another 1 hour focused on other related stuff, and then probably 30 minutes of Dr. Enqi stand-up comedy. Backwoods and Fronto took over. Yo, you know what's funny? Is I was there when the Fronto leaf started to take over. The Jamaicans, along with a spot called Elliott from the Bronx, they start promoting that. I start telling folks, hey, this is the time for you to quit smoking. Once they start coming out that Fronto leaf and they start lying, I was like, oh, wow, yeah. Stop smoking, everybody. Because that Fronto leaf is basically like a tobacco leaf. And tobacco leaf is absolutely poisonous by itself. So adding that Fronto to your smoking, that's definitely speeding up your cancer. Yeah. If you could smoke for 40 years cancer-free and then get cancer, if you add the Fronto to it, you only probably going to get about 25 years of smoking cancer-free before that cancer settle in. That Fronto is not your friend. And don't let nobody say, oh, no, the Fronto leaf is natural. Nigga, are you niggas confused? Nature makes just as many nutrients as it does toxins. You know, there's a whole bunch of natural poisons that'll knock your natural ass out of your socks. And the tobacco leaf is one of them. That's why the Native Americans called it the devil's leaf. The Native Americans was trying to kill white people with that. A lot of people don't understand that. They were sharing that devil's leaf with them. They thought they was slick. Like, oh yeah, no, this is good. Here, have this. Yeah, smoke this one. No, we're not gonna share that one with you. That's just for you guys. Yeah, you had that. No, we got this other one over here. This smells funny. This one here, you don't want none of this. This gonna make you laugh uncontrollably. You're gonna start eating up a bunch of stuff, and y'all don't even have that much food resources. So you don't want to have this one. This one right here, this one is good. This one right here, you won't even eat that much. Here, this is this. Yeah. Use this. Yeah, you ain't gonna eat that much because you're gonna soon be dead. Right? That's a high level form of calorie restriction, right? Think about it. When you learn about calorie restriction, they teach you that calorie restriction is the most clinically proven way to have longevity in your life, right? To slow down the aging process, right? But they leaving you to use your brain. 2 + 2 = 4, right? If P, then Q. What is the most efficient way to slow down the aging process? Come on. Let me see you put that in the chat. What's the most efficient way to slow down the aging process? Come on, don't be scared. What's the most efficient way to slow down the aging process? Exercise and diet? Nope. I'm talking about to really slow down the aging process. Like, I'm talking about to get the maximum. I'm talking about you damn near just less eating, charging your cells. No. Listen, see, I knew y'all was going to go the wrong way. Listen. Death. Death. Death stops your aging process right there. You stopped right there. That's the maximum calorie restriction and aging. Oh shit! Yeah, fasting. Fasting leads to malnutrition, leads to death. Yeah, extended fasting leads to malnutrition, which leads to death. Right. So we got to remember, we can't get so crazy with fasting or, calorie restriction and some of these things that we forget. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a balance. You know what I'm saying? We want to be alive. Facts. Man, I'm gonna tell you. Listen, let me say this. I respect the people that have this as their philosophy. You know what I'm saying? I respect it, but it's kind of like a fireman. You know what I'm saying? I respect firemen, but I can't be a fireman. So listen, if death before dishonor is the thing, I'm probably gonna be a little dishonorable. Listen, I'll probably be dishonorable to the motherfucker because I'm trying to hang out. Our man said death before dishonor. I don't know, champ. I might have to get a little dishonorable. Boom. Right? And so in this case, this brings us all the way back to the top, and this is probably where we should close at. Too much estrogen can cause you to have problems like fibroids. Too much testosterone can cause you to have problems like PCOS. But if we get so crazy of having too much testosterone that we run from testosterone, we'll have muscle wasting syndrome, which is literally one of the #1 killers for people with cancer and AIDS. It's not the cancer or the AIDS that does it. It's the muscle wasting syndrome, aka cachexia, right? So cachexia contributes to the death of people with AIDS and cancer and autoimmune diseases like lupus and all that kind of stuff, right? So just keeping your muscle mass up damn near lowers your mortality risk with all of those things, right? On the flip side, if you hear this stuff with the estrogen dominance movement, you run too far away from estrogen, right? You can run into issues where like your bones start getting soft. Your bones get soft, then your bone marrow is going to slow down production. If your bone marrow slows down production, you will want to just die fast. You just want to tap at that point. That's like being in jujitsu and somebody gets you with the rear naked choke. At that, if they get the rear naked choke and they got their legs locked in place and all that, you got to tap. You just got to tap out. So if something stops your bone marrow from working, you got to tap. So it's not about completely eliminating. And that's why really with the fibroids, I want to stress that is, I don't want people to go into the future screaming estrogen dominance, because estrogen dominance creates fear, paranoia around estrogen, and that's going to lead folks to other problems, right? So what you want to have is healthy estrogen metabolism, and that's things like vitamin D, exercise, iodine, and some other stuff that we'll get to. Even the estrogen fast. The estrogen fast is only something you do for a limited time. You don't live on the estrogen fast. There's too many good foods that's on that list that you're not even going to want to live without anyway. Yeah, by pumping that estrogen back up. You need estrogen for bone health. Right? Look, let me show you before we get out of here. Right? So let's look over here and see what it says. You know, estrogen versus bone density. Boom. You see? So you gotta have, you see what I'm saying? So that was just right at the top. Right? That's just right at the top. That's just right at the top. So, you know, it's cool, you know, get the information from the people that, you know, maybe in the downline, but that's a fact. That's a fact. Sensitizing of the androgen receptors. It's like you got to have something to lose, you know, you got to have it and then lose it in order to miss it. You got to have it, lose it, and then miss it. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have the balance. You got to have the balance. No. I know where you're going with it, but no. That's so. Damn, y'all trying to keep me live all day. No, I can't stay live all day. But let's. So even if you look right here at this first thing that came up, I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to get at. I got you. Yeah. I know what you're trying to get at, Mahogany. I know what you're trying to get at, right? So right here, if you read this, right, if we just read the first sentence, this references what I was saying, so we could move on. But what Mahogany is getting at is this down here, right? Estradiol is one of 3 estrogen hormones naturally produced in the body, right? So this gets into the conversation of the good estrogens and bad. So some you know, people that go a little bit further, they get into the good estrogen, bad estrogen, and blah, blah, blah. But really, even that conversation, it just adds more layers of complexity, because really it's not a bad estrogen versus a good. It's just for this is this, and for this is that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then, so yeah, so let's take a look and see if we could find something quick that'll help us with this. But that was a good question, right? So look, you got estrone, estradiol, and estriol, right? Estrogen is often referred to as estrone, estradiol, and estriol, right? And then this one is estetrol, right? Estetrol, right? Actually, let's see what wiki say. Let's see what wiki say. All right, so this is a minor female sex hormone, one of 3 major endogenous estrogens. Estrone, as well as the other estrogens synthesized from cholesterol, right? So again, Enqi's law of metabolism. We got to speed up cholesterol metabolism. It's a lot of stuff that's made out of cholesterol. So if you got high cholesterol, that means you don't have the other. Hold on, I'm coming right back. This boy is at the door. He's supposed to have his key.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Okay, somewhere over here. All right. Estrone has been used as a medication. So this HRT, biological activity. Estrone is an estrogen, specifically an agonist of receptors alpha and beta. Right? We talked about that. That's the primary way that vitamin D speeds up estrogen metabolism, by stimulating the beta receptor. Right? And that's this guy here. It is far less a potent estrogen than estradiol, and as such, it is relatively weak estrogen. All right, we don't really care about estrone. Can be transformed into estradiol. Most or all of the estrogenic potency of estrone in vivo is actually due to conversion to estradiol. So that is a thing that becomes kind of more important, I guess, with meats, beef and pork, right? Because the beef and the pork hormones is much more easily converted in your body. So this is, yeah, so estrogens converts. So that becomes problematic, right? But yeah, we need to probably spend a whole day. Like we need to spend a whole day on estrogens, right? We had to spend a whole day on estrogens, right? To really get down to the nitty gritty, right? But but definitely, there are different estrogens. Right? This is the major star of the show. Estradiol, produced within the follicles of the ovaries and in other tissues, including the testicles. Men, in the testicles, men, right? Estradiol is also produced in the breasts, right? So we can do stuff like this. Once we're looking at that, we can go into, we can do something like this. We could do estradiol versus right. We could look at gyno, right? Right. So we can look at that's how research bleeds into one thing into another. All right, so let's close with I want to try to go to Amazon. Let's see if it's working in the search by now. Let's see if we're getting some love in the search by now. Because we still might not be getting no love in the search. Can you find Dr. Enqi's Fibroids book? Where is the Fibroids book? Well, this is book you need. All right, this is like part 1 of the Fibroids book. This is the fertility book right here. Right, obviously with the sperm and the egg on the cover. Right, but then okay, it says number 40 here. See, that's number 39. Book number 40 should be the book. Bang, there it goes. So yeah, I guess you got to find it by that, right? Book 40 of 40, right? Book 40 of 40. So go grab that.
In health news this morning, for women who suffer with fibroids, me being one of them, treatment options can be uncomfortable and painful. Women of color disproportionately deal with the debilitating condition, which can cause infertility. One woman says she healed herself by changing her lifestyle and her diet. How'd she do it? Well, now she's helping others. Samantha Bryant has her story.
I was diagnosed with my fibroids when I was 42. My symptoms, at the time, I thought it was heavy bleeding, but I was hemorrhaging.
Tammy McEwen is one of many women who says she's battled with the horrors of fibroids.
Now, for the people that's just tuning in late, we showed this earlier. You missed it. So I want y'all to see this again. This is the power of teaching. This woman here is telling her fibroid story on the news, right? She's telling how she shrank and vanished. She got rid of her fibroids because she heard about some old crazy plant-based teachings from another lady. Now, mind you, I don't know this lady right here from a hole in the wall at all. Never met this lady, right? I don't even know the lady that she met that taught her the information, which is this lady. Wait, let me find her picture. Where you at? Hold on. Bang. I don't know this lady from a hole in the wall. Okay? But I am the teacher of her teachers. Right? Her teachers are my students. They taught her. She went out and spread the word. She taught the next lady. They wound up on the news telling the story about how they reversing fibroids. Right? Now, they out there reversing hundreds, thousands of women's fibroids with a program I created basically like 15, 20 years ago. The updated version is what we're sharing now after 2 decades of learning. The much improved version of that, right? The much improved version of that is what you have in this book. So that's kind of just in case you're tuning in late so you understand what's going on, right? That's what's in this book. Right? So that's just the power of sharing and teaching.
It is estrogen dominance is the root cause, and they started to show me the research.
Coach.
In health news this morning, for women who suffer with fibroids, me being one of them, treatment options can be uncomfortable and painful. Women of color disproportionately deal with the debilitating condition, which can cause infertility. One woman says she healed herself by changing her lifestyle and her diet. How'd she do it? Well, now she's helping others. Samantha Bryant has her story.
I was diagnosed with my fibroids when I was 42. My symptoms, at the time I thought it was heavy bleeding, but I was hemorrhaging.
Tammy McEwen is one of many women who says she's battled with the horrors of fibroids.
I was bleeding so heavily that they thought that I was that I had some type of internal bleeding.
And like many women, she thought a hysterectomy was the only solution until she heard of a natural alternative.
They just said to me very clearly, Jessie, it is estrogen dominance is the root cause, and they started to show me the research.
Coach Jessie battled with the epidemic for 14 years with numerous surgeries and infertility before finally having her miracle child. Her story on how quickly went viral as she learned she was not alone.
We're 2 to 3 times more likely to have more fibroids, to have more symptomatic fibroids, to have larger fibroids. And then when it comes to hysterectomies, we are 4 to 5 times more likely than white women.
Since she's co-founded the Detox Now, a holistic 90-day program, she says reduces and has eliminated fibroids for thousands of women.
For thousands of women. You don't even know how this messes me up every time I see this. I could watch this 1,000 times. I never get tired of watching clips like this. For real. And guess what? The crazy thing is, check this out. None of those people know who I am either. Yo, it's ladies that got babies that was told they couldn't have babies. That's having babies, and they don't even know. I could walk past them in the supermarket. They wouldn't even know. Right? They wouldn't even know. That's crazy. Look at all these ladies. That's crazy. That's why I want y'all to have this book. I want y'all to all be able to go and impact the world like this. Go and kick some ass.
The program is said to take a natural approach.
See, these are my students right here. These are my guys. All right? These are my guys. And I remember when they first came here from London. The dark-skinned guy right here, when I say 21 Savage Dad, that's what I'm talking about. Right? Yeah, but these are my guys right here.
Approach using herbal.
So I taught them. They taught her. She taught the other lady that got on the news. And before you know it, it went crazy. And because she was best friends with Angela Yee, they wound up on the Breakfast Club explaining it, talking about it over there with Angela Yee. And that's where, you know, it's like, okay, that's where we got to get that paper done. No, that's where we got to get you guys the information so y'all can all be empowered in the same type of way.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Envy, Angela Yee, Charlamagne the God. We are the Breakfast Club. We got some special guests in the building. We have the good old doctors. Doctor, I'm gonna mess up your names. Amsu and Amun. Hey, Amsu and Amun. They put you on a detox and they build up into you gonna mess up their names? I mess up my mama's name. We have Jessie here. Welcome, Jessie.
Hey, Coach Jessie. Thank you.
Who do you have with you?
Yes, really excited. We have with us one of the Hope sisters from our Hope Beyond Fibroids Elimination Program. Actually, this little guy right here, Carl Jr., is a miracle baby from our Hope Beyond Fibroids Elimination Program. And Rochelle Baines, his mom.
This is important because we talked about fibroids briefly up here, and a lot of people hit us up. Well, a lot of women hit me up asking me about fibroid elimination. So we thought it would be important to talk about fibroids and how they affect a woman's body. A lot of Black women actually get diagnosed with fibroids at a much higher rate than any other race. So let's talk about that.
And that's what's important. We don't want, I don't like you. I like you. But the thing is, it's about, against those cells. It's about getting electricity to those cells, getting electricity and oxygen to the mitochondria, because that's life, that's energy, that's electricity. That's what we call everything electric. Everything is electric. So, you know, there's a lot of myths out there about alkalinity and acidity, where everyone wants to eat alkaline, but that is not the case. There's so many myths, and we have an underground railroad situation. There's a lot of us, like you see myself and Dr. Amun. There's a lot of other researchers that we have, like Dr. Enqi.
There were people that could not have children. The hospitals did not give them an option. They came to me, they came to my students, and now they have families, natural families.